Okay, who stayed up until like 2 a.m. or even later? Okay, well, I'm 51. Pretty soon I could never do that anymore. Okay, so we'll get started. Welcome back to BSides and PasswordsCon track day 2. I'm your whole game host of the day. I'm Per, the password guy, or the crazy password guy. I do have stupid jokes to tell and so on. But now I'm, again, really proud to introduce a good friend of mine from my home city of Bergen on the west coast of Norway, Cecilia. She works as a tester? Software tester?
Tester is fair.
Yeah, but she's really good. Well, she's actually awesome at a type of testing that I'm fascinated about, because she looks into how she can abuse whatever kind of app or software you have for purposes like stalking and harassment and other fun things you can do to other people. And she's incredibly good at that. But today her talk is, I know, but I have a system, and it's about, well, I will leave that to you, Cecilia. Go ahead.
Thank you, Per. Welcome to my talk about password managers and the ones who's not using them. Now, first, password managers, I assume you know what they are. Please nod if you know what a password manager is. Okay, I'm just going to say this anyway. Password managers are really useful tools to manage passwords, passkeys, PIN codes, passphrase, like all of this. I'm going to say passwords, but it's going to cover all the other type of secrets as well. It's really useful to do this in businesses as well. Like, it's good for you as a private individual, but in businesses, you really need to manage a lot of passwords that, for some reason or another, must be shared. Like, routers don't really care that you have a lot of admins. They only have one password. All the admins need to know that password, and so on. But even if you are buying the software or tool and rolling out it in company, there's a lot of people, even though it's useful, that won't be using it. And it's kind of annoying. Like, this is really good for you. Why won't you be using this tool? And this is what my talk is about. I really hope that you had the opportunity to see Mia Landsheim's talk yesterday about why the kids couldn't care less about your password device. It's really good. And if you're on YouTube now, go back and see the recording. It will give more context to this talk. In Mia's talk, she talks about how kids, or young people, are sharing passwords and why it's important for them to share passwords. And also she talks about the consequences of sharing passwords and what's going on. And it's important that we, who influence policies, products, and do security training, understand the context that the kids are in and the habits that they have, because in a few years, we're going to hire them. And we really need to facilitate and mitigate the risks that their bad habits is bringing with them. Shortly about me, I am Cecilie Vian. If you want to find me on Twitter, I'm Sinobel. I work as a consultant when it comes to testing and security at the company called Beauvais. My specialty is usability, as Per said, or abusability of software. How can I be bad towards someone with your stuff? I have a bachelor degree in educational psychology, and I have a master degree in philosophy of technology. So that's what's going on in my head all the time. I spend a lot of time thinking about human users, what's make them human, why are they doing things, looking at what they're doing, and so on. If there's something you don't understand, please write it down. I'll take questions at the end. Okay. I like humans. This is very important to understand. I like humans. I may sometimes loathe individuals, but in general, I like humans. I find human and people fascinating. I love watching people. It's kind of rude, but I really like watching and trying to figure out what is making you tick, why are you doing this, and so on. Now, this is a kitten slide. It means that this is something very basic that I need to tell you, so we're on the same page and you understand me. But if you're on board what I'm saying already, you can just look at this adorable kitten. Password Managers is in a company primarily for managing passwords related to the company. As I mentioned, the routers, the servers, the databases, the HR systems, the banking, the alarm system, this phone, email, logging onto your computer, opening the doors, all that stuff. But it's also a very good tool for the individual employees to manage the huge amount of passwords, a lot of the time, that they meet in a business context. I recently changed job. It was wonderful that I could just leave all the passwords that I didn't need anymore behind. It was, beautiful. I didn't have to drag it with me and just, start pulling it out in between my private passwords because I have different vaults for that. If you want some advice on how to choose an enterprise solution for password managers, go see my talk from 2 years ago at PasswordsCon in 2019. 6 minutes in and start watching there, okay? Let's move on. I work in Norway. Norway is a very digital country. Like, digital banking is the norm. Everybody's using digital banking. Nobody's using cash anymore. If you want anything done anywhere, you have to take your devices with you because you're going to go through a digital process of some kind. It doesn't matter if your leg's broken or if you're buying a house or if you're going to pay taxes or stay at a hotel. So if you're going to come visit Norway, make sure that your data plan is in order. Norwegian businesses is also very digital. They do their banking, their taxes, their reporting, their everything digital. This is not only the big businesses and the big industries, it's also the one-person plumber company type of things. All of them are digital to some degree. That means that the maturity level of security between all the different companies are very, very different. Like, we have the ones that are really solid, have security training, everybody is on board on routines and all that, but we also have a lot of the middle ground where the IT people is typically good, but then there's the rest of the company. Of course, I do understand spending money and time of mitigating risks in the high risk areas, which is the IT department often manage, but you need to move, at some point you need to move from that hybrid situation between good combined with very bad security into everybody should be on board on having a good security culture in our organization. And getting a grip of on this situation, password manager is really a good step to do. It's very low threshold. It doesn't cost a lot. By the way, keep it that way. It's easy. But when rolling out password managers in a company, you're going to discover that there's a mismatch between the amount of employees that you have and the people using it. Sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's worse. Of course, it's not a surprise. The tech-savvy people, they will, when you roll out a password managers and said, "Are we going to start paying for this? This is the tool that you get to use." Some of them is going to go, "Yes, you choose the one that's my favorite." There's going to be a small crowd of those people, and then there's going to be an early majority that's "Okay, fine, this is a new tool. Sounds like a good idea. I'm just going to set it up because Then there's going to be a huge amount of people that is more late adopters. They're "Yeah, I did get the email. I didn't have the time at the time, but since you have sent me 4, 5, 6 emails now, maybe I should do this. And then you're going to have a lot of people who don't. They don't. Now, I don't have numbers for this, but very often the non-users are in administration, they are managers, or newly employees. Also, people who are suffering a life crisis may also have very difficulty in adopting new habits and starting using like password managers, because it takes a lot of thinking, or some thinking. Tech-savvy people will set up a password manager enterprise solution within 15 minutes. They'll do it before their lunch. It's not a problem. For non-technical users, the time they need to allocate to start using a password manager is, in my experience, 1 hour. And a lot of people they avoid starting because they're not sure how long it's going to take. They just know it's going to take time. 1 hour. Setting up means installing it on more than one device, orientating yourself in what is this software, what does it do? Try out how it's working, discover some features that you like or hate, and adding enough password for this to be a useful tool. For companies, the success rate for non-tech people to start using Password Manager is very affected by how much time do they have to get started. If they're squeezed on time, or if setting up a Password Manager is competing with more rewarding tasks, also known as my job, they're not going to do it. A lot of companies think, or may think, well, that's okay, we're just going to order them. We're just going to tell them to do this. We'll write it into our company policy. Emails will be sent out, reminders are being sent, sometimes they send out threats, like if you don't do this, this and this can happen, we'll cut your salary in some way. And I understand that because employers have the right to instruct their employees. It's completely normal. But if security was that easy, we could all go home. I wouldn't have a job. So what happens is that people, when you try to order someone to do something that they don't want to do or have conflicted feelings about, is that they may do the absolute minimum so they don't get in trouble, for instance, so they don't get their salary slashed. They will do the registration process, but they won't be using the software. And you end up in this, like the non-tech users or the non-users end up in a hybrid situation where you can see they have installed things and they will show up in your list as an installed, but there's no improvement of security at all. So my first advice, make sure everybody has enough paid time to set this up. At least an hour. Okay? Moving on. You have to understand people don't like dealing with passwords. Even people like me and Ped, they're conflicted feelings. There's a lot of subconscious processes that go on in a human mind at all times. It's not impossible to manipulate people into dealing with password managers, but it's not ethical. It's incredibly disrespectful, and it may have unforeseen spillover effects into other areas of life. For instance, one of the reasons people hate dealing with passwords is because they feel that the rules around password change all the time, and that it's difficult, that it's like they have to remember things. Like, there's a lot of, when we make policies, it lasts a long time in people's mind. Nothing goes really away. In addition, when people feel trapped or forced, they tend to start behaving slightly irrational and reactive. They will do the opposite of what you're telling them to do, or a version of opposite. For instance, if I tell you, do not hack the hotel while you're here, I'm instructing you. And what happens is your beautiful minds will start like, well, I'm not hacking the hotel, or I'm not hacking the hotel. You start putting effort into both sort of comply with what I said, but also trying to defy me. And that is the magic of instruction. It's terrible. So when I do security training, we have to be very careful in how we instruct people. If it feels manipulative or forced, it's only human to react that way. I'll defy you some way. You insist of me changing my password every other week, I'll defy that in some way. Yeah. I like to talk with people, and I like to listen to people. I like to know what are their thoughts and how do they feel about, for instance, password managers. My goal is to understand them better so that I and you can facilitate both the subconscious decisions that they're going to do all the time that they're not aware of, but also be respectful for the reasons that they think they have for doing things. People don't really understand themselves well, but we still have to be respectful towards them. And if you listen to the reason that people give for not using Password Manager, you start to discover all these irrational thought patterns that they have. So my challenge to you is listen to them in a respectful, no sarcasm way, so that they can see their own irrational thought patterns and we can change and mitigate the risks associated with them. For instance, the first one. Hands up if you ever heard the first one. Only a few, okay. When I say, do you have a password manager? And they was like, oh, no, I have a system. Well, yeah. Now I can, of course, I can prove why they're wrong, why systems are crap. But instead of trying to like beat common sense into them with my words, I just says, that's okay. You can have a password manager even though you have a system. And then interesting things start happening because that was sort of like their mental block. Like, don't talk to me. Like, this is my way of rejecting that huge imaginary task that you're giving me. Another thing that people say is, well, yes, but I don't have access to anything important. And that one is real, like, when I hear that, it makes me sad because it means that they don't think what they're doing is important. That's terrible. Why would we hire them and pay them if they wasn't important? So I tell them, well, I think you're important and the things that you do are very important and you have access to a lot of things that are important. Please listen to me. I work in security. I should know. And then, again, interesting things can happen. I started, but something happened. I like that one. Because it's very easy. It's usually a technical problem. So I said just, oh, let me look at that with you so we can resolve that with you. Not let me do that for you. I used it, but then is harder because that means there's a technical issue, but they have lost faith in the product and the tool. So I have to motivate them again before I can solve their technical issues. Like, it's worth the time it takes to learn this thing. The one, it doesn't really work well with things, that can happen. A lot of the time that means that the password input prompt happens in the wrong type of fields. We can't necessarily fix it. It's a whole long thing. I can't fix it now. So when that happens, I would just have to remote to them and say, oh, that's normal, but you'll be fine. You can deal with that. You can do this anyway. Like, you're okay. And they, I have it, but I can't really understand what happened. That's also a technical issue. Like, typically in the first part of the process, when they're signing on, something got messed up and they're stuck. It's like, okay, let me look at that with you so that we can figure it out. And the last one, oh, I have it, but I don't really use it. That is human speech for it's boring. I don't see a value to this. Hang on, sorry, I just need my cursor on the right screen. Well, what can I do about it being boring? Well, yeah, it's boring. It's super boring adding a bunch of passwords. So, you know what? Grab a bottle of wine and some friends and set it up. You know, adding password is boring, but you're gonna do it anyway. It's good for you anyway. Do a password and Prosecco. So, conversations like these are delicate, but if you get that moment where you catch their interest, acknowledge their feelings so that you can change their mind. Like, you can expand that little gap that you get. If you mess it up by either like not acknowledging their feelings, or if you says, oh yeah, but you have to wait forever, ever and ever to have this resolved, or yeah, we're going to send somebody who's not going to be able to fix that, but sort of like helping you, you're going to cement that feeling that they have that this thing is not something I want in my life. Learning to use a password manager is learning. And a lot of the time we think that, okay, but you can just learn it. No, you can't. You have to make your mind ready for learning. And the first step is feeling safe. If you're afraid of losing your job while you do something, you're not going to learn well or at all. You're going to spend all your energy on trying to get out of the situation and avoid losing your job. That's not the learning that we want. Now, this is purely speculative from my side, but I don't have the numbers for this. But my general impression when it comes to issues of the non-users, a lot of the managers have this problem. They think they should be able to do this, but you know, they worry so much. They worry about failing because they're a manager. Weren't they supposed to be like the best or better than all their people? There's a lot of worrying happening. So, but you need to get your managers on board. Like, it's tempting to ignore that the managers are not using password managers, but if you do, you're going to fail. Managers influence and has a lot to say about how you prioritize your time. If the managers is not on board, they cannot help their team. They cannot help with recovery, which is a big part of an enterprise solution. They are not pushing password managers to new hires, and they do not show that this is a valuable thing to spend time on. And if they don't show that, you're not going to do that. You're going to do your job instead. Okay? That's my second advice. Get the manager on board. Yes. After making sure that people feel safe, like there's room for mistakes and so on, people need to feel that this is something they can actually manage to do. And especially the non-tech, like the administrative people, they need to feel that this is something that within their reach of like managing to do. So when they ask for help or they're open to get help, I will set it up for them while they're with me. And then I tell them to add the passwords. And when they've added a few passwords, I say, and now you do this and this to set up the next device. I don't go from I set up the first device and now you're going to set up the next device. That's too big of a step. You need to feel that you can accomplish something in between. And adding the passwords are really, really easy. Just, yeah, gentle, caring attention, and you can do this. You'll be fine. A million years ago, when the dinosaurs were young and roamed the earth, a man I know was a manager. This is not the man that was a manager. You are not a manager. There was actually somebody else who is also a dinosaur. Email wasn't something new, but not everybody was using it. And this organization recognized that it had a problem. They are using email to communicate internally in the organization. It's a good, efficient tool, but so many were not using email. They were not logging on. And the problem was that, so they didn't get the information. That's the first problem. And the second problem is that they consumed a huge amount of support time because they logged on so rarely, they forgot how to do it in between all the times. So this manager thought about it for a while, and it was getting close to summer, and in the summer they had a freezer, and in that freezer there was ice cream that you can buy. So he sent out an email to everyone, blind carbon copy, not carbon copy, so it looks like it comes to you personally. And he said, you can go and have an ice cream for free if you want. Just reply to the email and say that you took one so I can keep track of it. The important thing is, do not tell anyone. Of course they told anyone. First rule of Fight Club, don't talk about Fight Club. They told. They were gossiping. Did you know you can get ice cream if you read your email once in a while? So what happened was that people who didn't like to read their email because they find it difficult were now like, maybe I should check up on my email because I might get a free ice cream. You can do this with password managers. I highly recommend adding, first of all, the password for the Wi-Fi into the password manager in your company. So whenever people are asking, what's the password for the guest network or whatever, you should say, look in the vault. If you have like discounts or agreements or some kind of discount codes or other kind of services that are nice, add them as well. And then it becomes like the people who are using password managers, they get extra perks. You can have them as well. We're not, there's no like in and out group. You can get it. You just need to set up a password manager. And if you need help, you can just talk to that person. Be fine. You can also do this with your parents. Guess what I'm telling my mom every time she asks, what's the Wi-Fi password again? Look in the vault, Mom. You just use your thumb to log in. So yeah, this is how I build culture, not ordering people. This is culture. Yeah. You made your users feel safe. You made the humans feel like they can master this. Now they're ready for learning. What are you going to teach them? This text is in Norwegian. It says, do you want to forget all your passwords this summer? The second line is, get help with setting up your password manager at the 24th of June in the cantina, 12 to 15. This was a drop-in situation. You can just drop in. It's very casual, not dangerous at all. I had Christer Kovik, who's sitting over there, my colleague. He helped me out with this, and the results were really fun. because people were coming in and they were like, you know, the shameful pose that is, will I get hurt by doing, like, coming here and confessing that I hadn't set up my password manager a year ago like I should or something? And I was like, no judging here. I'm only here to help you. I'm not being sarcastic. There's no judgment. And what happened was that afterwards, people were like, they feel relieved. They were rid of the anxious, guilty feelings. They were happy. So guess what happened? They told people. So now we have a lot of non-technical security advocates in our organization. That is winning. That is really winning. It's fantastic. Because usually security is like the IT people is doing that. And if we're going to deal with that, it's because we like them and do them a favor by dealing with security. So yeah. But now we have the non-technical people. And it's like, you can talk to her. She's real nice. She would just help you and stuff. So yeah. To sum it up, it is normal that not everybody is ready to use your tool. People can change their mind about password managers. Even if you didn't catch them the first time around, there's hope. But you need to be ready for when that possibility presents itself, or you need to facilitate that happens. Like we did with the summer promise of you're allowed to forget all your passwords. And also make sure that you facilitate growth and learning in general. Because when they're done learning about password managers, they're going to be ready to learn about other security stuff. And then you can be like, what do I want to teach them next? It's awesome. So yeah. Questions?
Thank you, Cecilia. Questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you for...
You can take down the mask so I can hear you better. It's allowed.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question in the context of a larger company. Do you have tips about teaching developers and the IT people to actually implement like SSO 2FA so that the burden of having to do things and manage security properly is not on the user side, but more on the actually having a safe services and users just having to remember one password and this kind of stuff?
I do. And that's security training in general. So security training, you have to start like really low bar. Like what is the absolute minimum that we need them to know? And start with training that first. And then it's like, okay, what is relevant for your position? Don't teach everybody the same thing. Is it relevant for this person's position? Yes or no? If it's not, don't insist on they going through all these like security training things if it's not relevant. And if it's relevant, let people do it as a group thing. If you can, do it physically. It's much easier to learn things and feel safe when you can see that there's no danger. You can see people's faces. They're relaxed, they're okay. I can ask them questions. I'll be fine. But don't expect that MFA or all the other things is going to happen. Like they probably learned in school. No, they didn't. Make sure that they are onboarded properly. And also, this is one of my best tricks ever. Feed them. Hungry people don't learn. So do onboarding with food, give them time, and be nice. You can teach them anything, really.
Thanks for your talk. On the subject of feeling safe using a password manager, how do you counter the impression that people have when they're told by their IT department that they should be using a password manager, that the IT department has some sort of an evil motive around that? Like, oh, they want to get they know that I'm going to store my bank password in there, and they want to get to my bank account or something like that. How do you deal with that impression?
First of all, doesn't matter what the question, when you meet the user, if they have a question or a concern, take them serious. Again, they're gonna have like subconscious, it's mostly about their feelings. They're just worried. So just take them serious, show them if they want to, use some time, because if you reassure them, like spend time on them, I acknowledge that you're worried. Is there anything I can do to help you understand this better or ease your worries? And then you have a conversation. Like, do that in the beginning. Whenever you're going to do changes to your culture, in the beginning, it's going to be a lot of noise. But after a while, when all the other people are starting to use this, it's going to feel safer. But in the beginning, it's going to be noisy and a lot of insecurity going on. This is why it's very important to have the managers on board. If the managers use it, probably safe enough for me as well.
Hi. I think we all know these. I think we know all these shared accounts for third-party services that are used across the department. Those type of accounts make the transition easier because everybody needs to use the password manager at the same time when the password changes? Or do you think this prevents people from moving because it's more scary and harder to implement?
I'm not sure if I heard all of your question, but I think you asked, what about shared accounts? Is it easier and safer, or is it going to feel more dangerous because then it's apparent that we're sharing things? Most organizations, you need to share passwords. That's just the way it is. If you do it within a password manager, and this is a fantastic trick. If you do it within the password manager, if I change the password, he won't notice because he's so used to just copying the password out of the password manager. He's not going to notice that I changed the password as long as it works. And this is one of the things that we don't talk about a lot in businesses, and that is unfaithful servants or people who has to leave the company in disgrace. We need to change those passwords discreetly because the case may not be settled. It may be a lot of difficulties around it, like legal difficulties. So being able to change passwords discreetly is actually very important.
Hi, Cecile. Thanks for the talk. My question is about those old IT guys who will not share the root password for all of the Cisco routers, and the guy who will not share the password for the special safe that we keep the special stuff in. That guy, right? Because he knows if he shares that password, we might not need him anymore, you know?
Are you telling me they're humans?
Yes, with their fears and...
Feed them. I promise you, if you're going to ask something big, this is social engineering. If you're going to ask something big or uncomfortable from someone, make sure they have a medium plus blood sugar levels. So, because then they're more patient with listening to you and your reasons. Because you may or may not have good reasons for getting that password, but you may not get the time to explain why you really need that, why they should trust you, because they're hungry.
Me and Jim would really like to have a chat with you outside afterwards.
I'm not sure if I should do this on camera, but a few of my colleagues know, if I show up at work with cake, somebody's in trouble. It's not because I'm going to be rude or horrible to them. It's just that I need them to be able to be open to what I'm going to tell them that is going to be demanding, that's going to mess with their feelings a bit. They're going to feel bad. Cake helps.
Good trick. More questions? Yeah.
So I'm in the compliance and audit space, and the shared passwords is always a contention point around maintaining security controls. How do you deal with knowing who accessed the password and made a mistake? And how would we audit that?
You should definitely talk to 1Password and LastPass, because they're two companies that do enterprise, and get them to tell you how you do that, because they have functionality for that. But since they're not paying me, you will have to talk to their salespeople. Now, do we have time? Like 2.5 minutes? Yep. Good. I want to show you something, because this is my bonus slide for you. Life changes, and when life changes, people reevaluate what's going on. And here are some life-changing events. These are events that usually trigger large changes in behavior. Getting married, new romantic relationships. Like if you meet someone or your employees meet somebody, they fall in love, they're going to start thinking, should I share my Netflix with them? And so on. Like, what is the sensible level of sharing that we want to do, and so on. So they start reevaluating their life. Then they're open to, you know what? It's really useful to have a password manager in that situation. Oh, and our program, you can get one free for your girlfriend or boyfriend. Kids, when people have kids, they do the same. They realize that the world can be a dangerous place. And imagine teenagers. Wouldn't it be awesome if your teenagers had a password manager so they don't get hacked? Imagine how many passwords that teenager is gonna has in front of them for the rest of their lives. We're talking hundreds of passwords. Wouldn't it be a good habit to teach your teenager? And then you can teach them about MFA later on, because it's a super easy thing to have when you already have a password manager. Life-threatening disease or sudden death. What happened? We hear the news, somebody died or very ill. And the second thought in our head is, what if that happens to me? Are all my things in order? Do I have my affairs in order? Nah, maybe. How do I share all our family pictures? How do I make sure that my spouse or loved ones get them if I die? Have you heard about password managers? Divorce. Divorce happen, and divorce is one of the most common reasons why people send me a message like, hi, could we talk about the thing? Because I didn't do it properly, and I realized I'm going to make a lot of new passwords on a very short time. And also, I know it's bad to reuse passwords. Can we do the thing? And I said, you remember I told you, get a bottle of wine and some Prosecco and hang out with friends. That's when they call me. It's when the divorce happens. And again, yeah. These are life-changing events. Use it for good. Thank you all for your attention. If you have more feedback or comments or anything.
Thank you, Cecilia. So there's a 15-minute break before we continue with the next speaker, next talk. Thank you.
I'm in the hall, so if you have something, you can call me. Talk to me.
Okay, welcome back after a short break. So we have with us Matthew Woodyard from Auth0. First timer at PasswordsCon, but he's been to BSides before. Not trying to intimidate or scare you or anything. I'm really happy to have you here. And with this talk, protecting against breach credentials in identity workflows. So go ahead.
All right, thank you so much for the introduction. Since it's my first time here, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. So professionally, I was in finance for about a decade and worked through a lot of rotations within security. So it could have been compliance, fraud, architecture, really anything you can imagine. I probably did it, at least for a little bit of rotation. I co-founded a threat intelligence startup called Bad Packets. And currently, I research emerging threats at Auth0, based a lot on the data that we have. I also do some academic research with the University of Glasgow, mostly on botnet tracking. I live in Chicago. I love to bike. I've started gardening, but I'm really bad at it. Mostly it's just weeding. I mean, honestly, like if your partner wants a garden, you will weed the garden. So that's how it goes. So about us, Auth0, part of Okta, we're a customer identity access management platform, which means that we focus mostly on things facing customers. So you like sneakers, you go to a site to sell sneakers, you hit that logon box, that's what we do. And anything past that, though, completely opaque to us, right? So we don't know anything about the web apps downstream. We don't know about their AppSec posture. So that gives our Intel team the motivation to track botnets, track credential leaks, aggregate insights from the logs that we get from all of our customers, and maintain a robust credential database and integrate it into identity workflows before they hit applications, because that's where our control stops. All right. So that's me. I want to talk just a little bit about credential stuffing, you know, what it is. Keep things a little bit informal, really, because I know that a lot of people in this room may have some background here on what it is already. But nevertheless, we'll go through it. I'll keep things a little bit informal. I'll stop for questions like in 3X. So if there are any things that need clarified, please definitely do that. So we'll start with the what, why, and how of credential stuffing, the state of affairs, and what we're seeing from our log data and controls that we can put in place. So what credential stuffing is exactly? Essentially, it's the reuse of credential leaks and attacks from unrelated leaks to the target account. So by credentials here, for the scope of this talk, I just mean things like usernames, email addresses, and passwords used in some combination, or something like this. So related attacks like session hijacking, other types of brute force attacks, going to be out of scope for the purposes of this presentation. But I think credential stuffing will be with us always, because people will continue to reuse passwords. Sites will continue to leak the passwords that you used on them. So why do threat actors employ this attack in the first place, besides just its efficacy? Like, what are they after? What are the goals? So a lot of times there's an economic objective. So I'm going to give as an example, say that an attacker wants to do an account takeover, and their goal is to use a password that you had used before, say that it was leaked by Ashley Madison, and you reuse that password on your favorite sneaker e-commerce site. That person wants to get those sneakers, resell those sneakers, and there you go. So a second example of why you would fall victim to credential stuffing is attackers themselves want the personal data. So there's sort of this feedback loop to the attack itself, where if you have access to the account, you get to learn more about the subject. You get access to their sneaker account, you find out where they live, you can then launch a more targeted attack. And similarly, from a workforce standpoint, whomst among us has not reused their work email on another service? Maybe you don't reuse your password. It's PasswordsCon. We don't reuse passwords here. But you probably reuse your email, and it's really great for lateral movement. If somebody's domain is okta.com that gets leaked, I wonder where they work. All right, so let's put it all together. I'm probably going to walk for this one. We'll hope that it works. Okay, cool. All right, so an attacker would start with a list of passwords from the usual sources. So, dark web, whatever, public leaks, and their own previous attacks. So this is kind of the feedback loop that I'm talking about here. They would load that into a database, and either through scripted or unscripted means like humans, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit, typically through a botnet or something to obfuscate them. They'll hit your identity workflow, and then they'll get to your precious web application. So separating out the identity workflow for the purposes of this talk is going to be at least a little bit important, because that's the data that we're looking at. Right, so I'm going to take the first break for discussion. If there's anything about that wasn't clear, that you have questions about, maybe it went too fast, let's go ahead and take a second to talk about that. And if any of you want to volunteer kind of what against your organization attackers are after, this is a great time to do that. So, is there a mic runner? Was there a question? Money, all right, your attackers are after money, really glad to hear that. But is it primarily a monetary objective in this room? Like, is most of it they're trying to steal some material good, or, take money directly, or what?
A lot of times they just seem to get into a host and don't know what they have. They're just poking around and maybe trying to build it.
Okay,
But
yeah.
it's not like they have an actual target for a reason.
So what you're saying is that a lot of the attackers that you see, they're kind of getting in, dorking around, figuring out what's there in the first place, and they're not coming into it with like it. Right, yeah, so they're not coming into the attack thinking, oh man, I'm gonna get some sneakers out of this deal, right? That's what you see a lot of. Okay, great, yeah, so that gives me an idea a little bit on what to focus on as well. So thanks for your input on that. Gonna talk a little bit about how bad things are and how everything you see presented was generated. So with only a few exceptions, all this data is aggregated and generated by the authentication logs that we get as Auth0 and the insight that we've gained as practitioners in the threat intel team. So will you be targeted? Signs point to yes. So we did a look at Q1 of this year and saw how many of, when I say applications, I mean tenants, and we can break down to what that looks like in the Q&A if you like. But 48% saw 7 or more attempts of credential stuffing against their applications. So what will that attack look like? To get a feel, I'm going to give an example here of a real-world credential stuffing attack. So the graph shows the number of authentication attempts before, that's in blue. During, that's one where you see the big red bars, and then after, where we've got blue bars again, of an attack against one of Auth0's customers. So during this time frame, the malicious attack ended up being around 2 times the number of median login attempts from the previous, I think, 6 months. So, I mean, really, depending upon what your identity paradigm looks like, it almost looks like an L7 attack against your authentication, right? So extremely common attacks. That's generally what we see, how they work. So what's the mechanics of how we get there? I'm going to go through a timeline of a story based on a real world attack that we saw, and a little bit of insight from Verizon's Data Breach Investigations Report, the DBIR. So the DBIR showed that over 60% of breaches were actually detected by victims within 24 to 84 hours. The bad news of that is that they normally didn't detect it themselves. They were disclosed by the attacker, by a law enforcement agency, an external CERT team, whatever, right? So in this attack that we saw, first, the attacker obviously stole the credentials. We can't clearly know this time, but the agency that we had worked with had estimated that it probably was about 24 hours between the breach, the confirmation of the breach, and the first attack. And in the next 24 hours, the leaked credentials were identified by the detection response team of our customers, verified by us as well, and we were able to put the credentials in our credential stuffing protection workflows. And within really just minutes of putting it in there, we already saw use of the breach credentials only from that one threat group, though. We think. You can never be sure about these things. Over the next 72 hours, we did ongoing monitoring and really, again, saw it mostly coming from just one group. But once we got to, I put 84 hours, but it really is 84 plus because it took about a month for us to see this in the wild, just very broadly used. So that really, I think, gives you an idea from the amount of time you would see going from breach to opportunistic. So this leads into sophistication, and I kind of want to just really show how low the bar is. There's a lot going on this chart. I'm going to walk over there and talk through it. So what we see a lot of is, like, does the attacker even try? So these dots down here is just normal authentication traffic, right? This up here, the size of the dot is number of IPs in requests. And what we're looking at is the number of unique user agents versus the number of attempts, right? So this attacker up here is using a botnet. It's not a great botnet. They're not even messing with the HTTP headers, right? This is part of what gives us an idea of whether or not a sophisticated group is using breach credentials. And here we have one that is at least a little bit more sophisticated because they're trying to use user agents that look like humans, right? So really, this is how low the bar is when it comes to attackers and their sophistication. So I kind of break this into two personas here. I think about the opportunistic attacker, we'll call him Sam Skitty, and they are always using the older leaks, a lot of times public leaks, very common leaks. So if you just do a count of all the times you've seen an email address, for example, and just do a sort, that's what they're going to be using. Oftentimes they don't even try to rate limit, circumvent very common controls. And then Ada Atto, we'll call them, works on fresh leaks like what I showed before. They use bespoke botnets. We'll talk a little bit about what that sophistication looks like. And they emulate human activity either by being humans or scripting and other a little bit more clever methods. So take a break here to pause. Have you seen credential stuffing attacks in your org? What do they look like? Do they look like what I just presented? Do they look totally different? Obviously, I'm giving a very simple picture here because I'd really like feedback on this topic. Yeah, and if the mic doesn't work, I'll just repeat the question. Hopefully that worked out well. Got one in the back.
I've seen it tons of times, but I'm not partial, I'm not neutral in this one.
Hi. Yes. My employer has seen credential stuffing attacks, and actually with a shorter timeline than you're showing here, and on the more advanced side of it. So yeah, it's real.
So it's real, and kind of what I presented matches up with your experience more or less? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm honestly happy to hear that, because as a researcher, you're never really sure if you're on the right track until everybody else tells you are, or I don't know, if you have low self-esteem, it kind of works the same way. So if there are no other questions, I can just move on to talking about controls that might be put in place. We are way ahead of time, so this should go pretty well. I want to revisit what I presented for before on what a slightly more sophisticated look from the identity side might look like. So you still got the attackers aggregating leaks. They're still using a botnet, but in the identity workflow, we've got the breach credentials detection, and that's really what makes the difference, right? It is so important to have at least some kind of list there, do some kind of tracking of the logs and analytics, and have some kind of action taken after that. So what we have are things like notifying users, forcing a password reset, some people do things like mandatory education, right? Where it's like, hey, I see this has been reused. This is where it's been reused. You may want to look into such and such a thing, or try such and such a thing, right? So I think really the solution here is defense in depth, though, because just having the protection that I showed before is really not going to be enough. So bot detection, I think, plays a huge role here. So when I was speaking of more sophisticated attackers, if somebody knows the area in which their target lives, so back to the person attempting to purchase sneakers, they would want to err on the side of using a residential botnet that is actually a residential IP in the area of where the target lives. This is a way of circumventing fraud controls downstream, and it's a great way of circumventing bot detection controls because often these botnets are ephemeral, fairly short-lived, take advantage of IoT devices or routers, and they just look really, really real. So I think this is an important control to have in-house to protect your identity workflow. If you don't have it in-house, then you might want to buy it. Just figure out what your budget looks like for that. Second is going to be rate limiting. I'm always shocked when I see how few attackers even try to circumvent this control. I really am. And the linkage to credential stuffing we always see is very strong, very strong. A lot of credential stuffing attacks are people trying very hard, very fast. But we also see things like people sprinkling in attempts, not trying too much. Again, that's the more sophisticated attacker, and rate limiting isn't going to work on that. Neither is something like impossible travel, where you might look at the IP of somebody who signed in and see like, oh, wow, you're signed in from Norway and Las Vegas. Like, that's pretty weird. We're going to throw up a flag there. If you have a more sophisticated attacker, not going to work. If you have a site where your users care about their privacy generally, also not going to work because they're going to use VPNs probably in short amounts of sessions, right? So I so dislike impossible travel that I did not even put it on the slide. But nevertheless, it is worth discussing if you're talking about botnets and rate limiting. And if you have the capability, the next move would be to rule and risk-based pre-login assessment or assessment throughout the process. So when you're looking at that attacker, if you're able to do constant authentication using mouse usage, maybe analytics about how they use their keyboards, etc., that's something that is an extremely effective control that, frankly, your ID provider probably can't give you if it is an external provider, right? They're not going to see that downstream. That's going to be an application security concern. And finally, there's a reason I put it at the bottom, is multi-factor authentication. There is a trade-off in this control that really depends on the market power that your company has, to be honest with you. I use some Intuit products, not going to call many of them out, but every time I log in, I need an SMS second factor, which is a terrible second factor that I never asked for, that makes using...
Hey, how are you hydrating?
Hey, you know what? I could be more hydrated. Maybe I should have gone with the stand-up routine or improv in Chicago. I can't juggle. I cannot juggle that. I go fast. I do.
So you can get through that by the end of the talk.
You know what? I probably can. I drink like a diabetic camel.
You requested, you got it.
I didn't even put that on the request. You're a mind reader. A flamingo dance would have been better, but I'll take the water. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the water. Appreciate it. So multi-factor authentication, honestly said, don't like it a whole lot. Really don't. But if you're into it and you have markets really cornered, okay, yeah, what's up?
So, I mean, what's the problem with multi-factor? I mean, obviously for something like a customer-based interaction, we don't want to put excessive controls that might drive away customers. But like, you know, you've got things like the email second factor as an option as well, which is a little bit lower barrier to entry
Yeah, well, okay, let me repeat the question if that's okay. So the question, in essence, is why don't I like multi-factor that much? And I'm going to put it more generously towards me because I realize that saying you don't like multi-factor a whole lot can be a real bad look at a security conference. But I also look bad, so, I guess they go well together. So I think it comes down to market power and where you are. So with workforce, MFA, always do it. If it's not email or SMS and something stronger, that's great. I really think you should do it, right? And so like the Okta part of my brain does not agree with the statement I just made. But with workforce, you have to ask the question, where are my workers gonna go? I'm not gonna lose workers over this, right? But if you're selling sneakers and somebody closes that tab, that's why you have workers in the first place. So I really think that is a core trade-off. I don't know, does that make sense? And more importantly, is that like totally incorrect in your view? Because I'm open to both.
No, I think we're trying to protect against different types of things here, and my security problems might not be the types of things that your research is based on. So.
Your security problems are very interesting to my research. Yeah, we can. We also have like enough time to keep things online too. That's like exactly, we're actually, I think, maybe one slide away from the last. So that is why I'm here in the first place. I really do want it to be discussion. I think part of being a researcher is carrying on the conversation, right? The great conversation, that's pretty much what we do, like it or not, in service of capital. So, basically though, I think that's what it comes down to, is a risk-based decision. And me as a user, what I don't like about SMS and email, MFA being forced on me at every login is you've introduced friction with, frankly, not a huge value add in security. And if Intuit had any competition, they probably wouldn't do it, right? They would probably lean more on risk-based controls or give me the option of what I want to use. Like when it comes to MFA, they put water so I can't put my laptop up. It's really cool to have something where you can push a button. And if you've got workforce and you have a postal service at your disposal, you can mail them hardware security devices. You can have them enroll that device, right? So I really think the friction is really important. We talked about market power. Yeah, you got to ask what's there to lose, what are they after. In an enterprise, you may have like a whole lot to lose. I've worked for really, really large organizations, and if you're like one of the biggest banks on the planet, like what is there at stake? Like, don't want to be too dramatic, but the world economy, I think we've seen. And what's the cost of implementing the control? Finally, I think is really important. Like it comes down to organization size. So show of hands, how many work at an organization smaller than 100 workers? Okay, awesome. You just volunteered yourself to be to have the question asked. So from your standpoint of all the controls we've mentioned, and maybe others that you could think of, which do you have the budget to implement, and how difficult is it? If you worked at a company of 100 individuals or fewer, what would you run up against, right? Like we've talked about what the highest ROI probably is, right? So what aligns with your budget?
You want to go back to the previous slide?
Yeah. You're gonna need some friends. You have 100 friends at best. Yes.
So I run an MSSP, and we have a lot of clients that.
Could you give him a mic? I'm sorry. Yeah. When I hear MSSP, I'm like, all right, let's get it on the record here.
So, all right, it's working. I run an MSSP, and we run up to accounts not quite under 100, but 500 or less. And a lot of them have that question of, what do we implement? What's the best ROI? And despite our best efforts, not all of them want to do, risk-based discussions and go through that and really pinpoint. So we had to come up with like our essentials package, which MFA is on there because in a lot of cases it's free with the tools that they're using. If not, it's cheap through Okta or Duo or whoever. Security awareness training, endpoint protection, email security, and then if they want to go one step further, vulnerability assessments and all that. But that's generally those are the first 5 controls that people will reach for.
And usually if there's like no more than 500 employees, that's usually within their budgetary grasp. I mean, at least for your customers, right? Yeah, you can see I'm a little, kind of narrow-minded because of my topic or my specialty mostly being SIAM. But yeah, I think that's great insight for workforce, and it's good to know what they can afford. And I honestly do agree, if you're a smaller org and you're using a lot of cloud-based services, it really does often make sense to just outsource that one way or the other, right? Maybe there's disagreement there too, but honestly, that's my view, is that if you're not an identity company, you may not be that great at identity. So that's just what I've seen. Yeah, so I mean, really, that's it. If you want to talk about whatever protections you have in your workflows, what you think works and what doesn't. If you want to get really in depth, because I know there's a lot of PasswordsCon people that are like super duper smart about passwords and cracking them, I would really love to hear your views on, did I leave it on? I didn't leave it on. On this thing right here. So managing what's in that database securely, actually doing a good job in your identity workflow of taking the credentials that are entered, comparing it to what's in the breach credential database. Insight on that, of course, would be extremely welcome. And does anybody like have any thoughts on that, or what they do in their own experience? I can see you smiling under the mask.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, do you make a difference between credential stuffing and password spraying?
In this talk, no. But do we track that? Yes, right? Of course. And it's, I don't know, all the brute force sort of attacks have some kind of commonality, but password spraying is almost closer to opportunistic botnet activity, I think. It's not very good. It's not usually super targeted, but with credential stuffing, like, at least you know something. Your attacker has a starting point. But definitely tracking that, obviously, extremely vital in any application, I think, at least.
Is looking for breach credentials, is that part of your service, and is it integrated, or is it an option that I can purchase additionally?
You can give us as much money as you like. I don't want to plug services too hard, because I want to be asked back.
Yeah. But I'm not asking for a quote here. I'm most definitely not. But
Yeah.
I do have an opinion on the use of services providing breach credentials information from, be it dark web or wherever you find it. So, yeah.
Okay, yes. So I will say yes to that. I think I can safely say that, as you saw from the example, we work really closely with our customers, and they want that stuff in our breach password protection database too. So we get a lot of good stuff from that. We buy data from lots of CTI vendors, as you might imagine, when it comes to credentials. Honestly, we're not running crackers, but I would love to hear the ROI on that, because I know there have been lots of great talks on cracking passwords here. But I don't know if there's been a lot of talk of like, okay, here's the buy versus build, like here's how much really you want to spend on having a GPU or whatever that could actually crack, certain passwords hashed a certain way or whatever. That's a discussion I'm super happy to have, and this is definitely the venue for it. But yeah, I know that I more than like talked about your question, but I hope that helps at least. And honestly, if you're not gonna buy it, you really should consider building it, like honestly. Yeah, so maybe I should go back to, are controls worth it? Because like, is X worth it is always something of great interest to me, and not just because I'm at like a third-party vendor now. Part of like, if you have principal or staff or director in your title is like being able to BS enough that you can like put that question into your budget ask. So yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question. So if you have breach credential detection, why don't you notify people proactively and using that database to actually, reset those credentials ahead of the time before an attack is happening? I mean, I understand that you can use that database maybe to detect the attack itself and identify the malicious IP, but as far as the users are concerned, wouldn't it be better to notify them ahead of the time?
That's a good question, honestly. So, for example, if we had an email address, we know it was associated with a credential that had been breached, wouldn't it make sense to notify that person rather than waiting for them to log on to a downstream service? That's really the heart of it, right? I think, like, honestly, part of it is to have it in product, to be super frank, but also when people actually try it, that's what gives us confirmation that we're onto something. Because if you're using that email and password in multiple contexts, we don't know if that password's still like relevant. You know, maybe the leak was from 2019, like a LinkedIn leak or something like this. So that's kind of, I hope this answer's satisfactory to you. But those are really, I think, the two biggest reasons that we don't proactively notify people who may have been involved in breaches. Honestly said, I also think that's a responsibility of the company that was supposed to be securing your credentials in the first place.
You don't want to scare them off as well. You might lose a customer.
No one to scare them off. Yeah, yeah, I suppose that's true.
Hey, I just was curious a bit about your risk-based decision-making in SIAM. So what kind of practical implementations could somebody look at if they wanted to do risk-based policy for customer identity?
Yeah, so I think that it really comes down to where you sit in the flow. So I want to say that right out the gate, right? So are you at the login box and you stop at the login box, or do you have the application? But for something risk-based, I would really look at any multiple factor that you may have, what risk may be associated with that. So if a phone number is being used like for passwordless or something, really helps to have some intel on that. So there are lots of great vendors that provide things like this. I would definitely include that as risk-based. We have internal machine learning models, which you can actually read about tons, that we have resources that I can give you after this talk. I would recommend that if you have it, right? But like first step is having that log data at the ready. And if you've got the data, there are lots of predictive tools that would be at your fingertips. Are you up here because you want me to leave? Or are you just up here to walk it around?
Well, I have tons of questions for you. I'm just
Okay.
not sure if I should ask them here or afterwards.
I'm here all day, and we have, I think, at least a few minutes. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I can wait. Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting topic. I can tell you that we've had several talks at PasswordsCon before about protection against password spraying, credential stuffing, and so on. All talks are available online on YouTube for free. Some of these talks were held in Europe over the past few years, so a certain possibility people in the US haven't seen them and vice versa. But there's some great stuff in there. Personally, I'm working for a financial services company or ID provider in Norway. And when you use us, there's a mandatory two-factor authentication. One of the things that we do that I have pretty much never seen anyone else do in the world, and I'm not saying we are amazing, we're just incredibly good, is the fact that when you log on with us, you log on in an order that is different from how much most people do. Because usually when we have two-factor authentication, you do username, then password, and then an OTP. We ask username and then OTP, and OTP is not a push notification to you, it's a hardware device that you have where you get a PIN. And if you are not able to enter that, you will never get to the password prompt. So credential stuffing and password spraying is absolutely pointless towards us. It doesn't work. Because you can't get past the OTP without actually coming to Norway and stealing a hardware device from somebody using Bank ID. And this is something that you can do, if you have a YubiKey.
Social engineering.
Social engineering, yes.
I'm on the phone with you, and I just hacked all of Twitter because I convinced you that I was part of IT.
Did I mention FIDO WebAuthn as part of the flow of this? So, nope. Doesn't work. But I mean, this is something that you can do as easy with, if you have a hardware key like YubiKey or a Google Titan key or something, and you're using Secure Shell. You can set up a PAM module in your Linux box saying that whenever I SSH into my box, enter your username, and then they will ask you to use your YubiKey first. And if you don't have that, or if that doesn't work, you don't get access. I mean, I set this stuff up like 11 years ago on my box at home when I got one of the first YubiKeys made, more or less. And just for the fun, I put up a box available on the internet with Telnet and SSH available. And I said, username first, and then you need to authenticate using the OTP. So I just saw, I don't know how many login attempts, and all of them failed because you can't get past the OTP. That's a brilliant way to solve this. Well, let's solve it, but at least you're reducing the attack surface by huge amounts. So it's a good tip. Well, in my case, I decided just to go for, only do the YubiKey, so no password at all. But again, I run PasswordsCon. I have a passion for passwords. I'm saying they are never going away. So I also say that, well, having a memorized secret in here as well is something they really should have. And for those who doesn't remember what happened to RSA and security, read up. You need a password as well. More questions or comments from the audience? Oh, yep.
Yeah, I want to say also, I could not agree more. I wish in the U.S. and internationally we had. Is it like a requirement in Norway that banks issue that, or is it just totally unique?
Everyone, absolutely everyone is using the same system. Us.
Oh, well, that makes it easy. Yeah. Your flow is much better. Yes. Yes, please do.
So this is not exactly a question, more a comment, because I didn't come here to represent Intuit, but in fact,
I knew there would be somebody.
In fact, I am. In that sense, so we do have a very intensive monitoring of what's happening with our customers, and I can tell you that the thing that you're talking about, this MFA, is something that we are well aware of. This morning I just got here late because I was on a call exactly about this issue. Now we have many threats and many security mechanisms and everything that we essentially know what we have to do, but everything that we're doing very slowly in order to not damage or open the door for additional fraud. So I'm sorry for what you're experiencing, but you should know that this is something that is being handled.
I accept your apology, and I thank you for your service. Yeah, I mean that true. I wasn't honestly trying to pick on you. There's other large U.S. banks that actually do the exact same thing, and it really, really drives me nuts. In fairness, this is like in a small business SMB context, so I can see why they do it, right? Like small business account takeover is a really, really big deal, and even though Intuit ultimately may not be responsible or on the hook, you still have that duty to your customers, and I appreciate that. I do, right? I was just being a baby about friction, and I think that it's more of like a SIM problem, honestly. So I don't know. That's my view. I hope that's a little more generous.
I have two questions. One is, but you said you didn't like the impossible use case or impossible travel use case, but I didn't get the reasoning behind or what you don't like about it. And then the second is, do you have any good use cases for a situation where a new organization is using a soft token as their second factor and it's compromised?
Okay. You'll probably have to ask the second one again, because by the time I get through the first one, I'll probably have forgot. But what don't I like about impossible travel? If you are a provider with a lot of different customers in a lot of different places with a lot of different use cases, I hate to give as an example, but Web3 companies that are startups really like to outsource their identity because they got to move fast, and not all Web3 companies are good at identity. But what sucks about impossible travel for them is that a lot of their customers are really concerned on privacy, do use VPNs, and within the same session, very well may change IPs throughout countries. But if you're doing something like workforce or finance, impossible travel probably makes complete sense, honestly. So that's what it comes down to. I think is like, what is your use case? What are your trade-offs? Where's your revenue? And so the second question, ask it one more time.
Compromised soft tokens. Do you have like use cases to detect, credential stuffing plus compromised soft tokens?
So the question is around like what situations have arisen, or like how to deal with it, or I'm trying to think as a login box directly, and I wish I had an answer immediately at hand. Yeah.
So my question actually ties into his question, but we use a SIAM provider service called Glue Identity. So I was going to ask for your comments on that. But to speak to his point, Glue is actually Java-based, and you might have heard of something called Log4j. So there's a tie in there. Did you want to comment on this question?
So commenting on this question, I think that ultimately downstream application security is probably where I would see that, and I know that's not an answer that probably satisfies anyone, but that's the best I can give you. Yeah.
So just wondering if you had heard of Glue Identity, and if you have any thoughts on open source providers to help to solve some of these problems.
I don't really have too many thoughts on them.
So for workforce protection, you have an endpoint that's recognized as a friendly endpoint, and so you can enforce that at your organization where you're only allowed to actually authenticate with a work device that's been proven to be a work device.
Yeah, right. Yeah, workforce is very nice in that you have control over the endpoints, or could, at least.
Usually don't.
Yeah, well, yeah. In this world of remote work, control is kind of a weird concept in the first place.
Okay. Then we're all done. Thank you for coming to BSides and PasswordsCon.
Yes, thank you for having me. It truly was a pleasure. I hope that I get some insults from you shortly after the next few minutes.
We can do insults. But now it's lunchtime, and I hope to see you all back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay. I'll speak it and put it out on Twitter and tag you and everything.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that should be fine. I usually don't do pictures, but I'll start doing it.
Long distance picture.
Oh, okay. That's okay. He's gonna do it. Yeah. Yep. I did not get the black hat. Company didn't pay for it or anything. I'm like, I haven't either. Yeah. But black hat's not exactly my speed, I think. I don't.
Okay, I think we are pretty much on time. A few more seconds, but again, I'm Per, the founder of PasswordsCon. Really nice to have so many people in the room and back here. Whenever I do PasswordsCon, and I've been doing this since 2010 in Europe and here in the States, I always look for new talks, new speakers, new content, but I am also very interested in having new perspectives on old stuff and also repeating old stuff. I don't care if your presentation has been done many times before, because with this audience, there is always something new to learn, both for speakers and for the audience. So if you have something that you think could be a great idea for a talk, feel free to reach out to me. I really love helping people, trying to come up with good talks, good content. And most probably you are working or you're studying something that I take a keen interest in, and I would love to hear more about it. So please reach out. And also when it comes to passwords, one of the most common feedback I get from people whenever they attend is that they never had any idea that the topic of passwords, which sounds so incredibly narrow, can actually be so incredibly wide. I've had psychologists at PasswordsCon talking about how your brain works in terms of short-term, mid-term, and long-term memory. I've had linguists talk about, well, how languages are constructed and how they work. I've had Johan Dahmen, the inventor of AES encryption and the SHA-3 algorithm, explain how that stuff works, and I still have absolutely no clue how that works. I've had the author of Hashcat introduce Hashcat and how he optimized the SHA-1 function, and lots more content. But now, I will introduce BSides from Twitter, talk about secrets of the second factor, and not to scare you off here, but this is one of those topics that to me is new and that I've been waiting for somebody to submit, and I'm looking forward to this one. So take it away.
All right. All right, thank you. This is Secrets of the Second Factor. I originally wrote this talk in November 2019, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to go take it everywhere in 2020. This is going to be a great year for me, and then stuff. I did do it a couple of times virtually in 2020 at some kind of smaller conferences. I did do it at the Diana Initiative. I have updated the content since then, so you're not getting a totally recycled talk here, but you might have seen it before. I'm going to level set and give you some expectations. Sometimes when you read an abstract, you don't quite get the full idea of what you're about to get into. So first off, this is not about installing it. This is not saying like, hey, you should really have a two-factor system. I'm kind of already assuming that you've done it already. So it's not going to be about that. There's plenty of other talks that will explain to you why you need a two-factor system. This is going to be about organizational security. It's not going to be about your personal security. It's going to be like, are you defending an organization or a large company? And then the last piece, if those two things aren't super interesting to you, it will be about threat modeling and threat hunting. So there might be some tidbits and some techniques that you can pick up there. Who am I? Kind of already mentioned, I go by BSides on Twitter, and my day job is a threat hunter and incident response investigator. So that's where a lot of these stories come from. Some of my other stories come from my nights and weekends as a hack coordinator. I work on BSides RDU, I work on KakalakiCon, and I work on DEF CON 919. All of that is out in the North Carolina area, really big in the community there. And then I say that I'm the expert only in one room. So I'm the expert at my company, and I always try to go out into a bigger room so I can meet other experts and teach other people so that we have more than one expert in the room. And then I am a certified Duo administrator, and then I just want to call out that there's no commission. I do kind of heavily rely on Duo in this talk as the MFA system. I have dabbled a little bit into Okta and Microsoft and some of the other ones, but not as heavily as Duo, so a lot of my examples are with that system. And I just use it because it's convenient, because that's what I'm able to use on a day-to-day basis. So a little bit more about what this talk is about. I'm going to very quickly go over MFA 101, like what is it, if you don't know the details of it. I'm going to go over what they tell you, like when you first get an MFA system, or what most of the MFA talks are about, or like what salespeople will tell you. I'm going to get into what they don't tell you, and then we're going to go threat hunting, and that's the really great part. And then I'll give you some conclusions and some actions that you can do if you are with a corporation, and if you do have an MFA system, like what you can do on Monday or whenever it is you get back to work, and what you can action. So just really briefly, MFA 101. For the purpose of this talk, we're talking about it after the password is correct. So you've entered your username, password, and then you're presented with a second factor or the multi-factor. There are some systems that will allow you to like enter a code in line with the password, but that's not in the scope of this. And then for the scope of this, we're also dealing with phone call, SMS messages, and phone apps. We're not dealing with sending an email to a user and giving them a code that way. I'm not going to be talking about DigiKeys or like YubiKeys or one-time passwords very much. They do come up, but it's not the bulk of this talk. And then I'm going to give you a minute to look at this diagram while I take a drink. Kind of the basic flow, the first factor, and then doing content checks and things like that. So diving into what they tell you, for the MFA threat model, most of what they tell you is that it's going to be for prevention and mitigation. Prevention, getting into an account. This is a nice chart from Google. It's all pretty about all the different ways that, like, hey, MFA will prevent an account from getting taken over based on the different factors and things that you can have. And then they also talk about the problems that are mitigated. Things like if you have a password policy that isn't great, or you have users that maybe do some malicious compliance. I was at another conference one time, and one of the speakers was talking about they had a policy where you couldn't use the previous 15 passwords every time they changed it. So they changed it exactly 16 times to put it back to their original password. Malicious compliance. So two-factor might help with that. And then things like phishing and credential harvesters, and I throw some caveats on there to a certain degree. An MFA system will mitigate those problems. Now let's dive into some of the things that they don't tell you and some of the things that you might not have heard of before. Problems persist. Things like brute force. Brute force is still a thing in an MFA system. You have the brute force against the password, then after you have that, continuously sending pushes or continuously attempting like the 6-digit code that would be sent over SMS in order to try to brute force into an account. You still have things like social engineering, calling somebody up and then with whatever pretext you have, requesting that code in order to bypass the MFA and get in that way. And then you still have man in the middle and like credential harvesting, still like spoofing websites or spoofing permissions. And then some of the credential harvesters now are getting a lot better where they're actually requesting that second factor code as well and then turning around and using it. And then one of the other problems that a lot of people don't think about is account recovery. So you have a password reset flow. What is now your MFA flow? If your user loses their phone, if they lose their phone number, how do you get them back into account recovery and setting that up? Another thing is with more factors, you also get more problems. There's a lot of like false sense of security where, hey, we have an MFA system, we should be fine. That lovely chart by Google that I showed earlier said that we're cool. So you kind of get lulled into maybe more sense of security than you should have. It can also be used if a attacker gets a password dump and they get a whole bunch of passwords. It can be used for password validation. So they enter in the password, they get the prompt for the multi-factor. Now they see that, hey, that password was correct. And if that password was correct, is the rest of the dump correct? And then they see that that screen for the MFA system. They can now go do more recon on that MFA system and try to find bypasses around it, build their pretexts better. Another thing is application implementation. Passwords have been around a lot longer than MFA, so hopefully your application people know how to tie into those systems and have the code and everything to do and set that up correctly. Some of the MFA systems are a little bit newer, and if you don't have very specific code to give to your application developers in order to hook into everything the way that they should be, there's always misconfigurations in applications that can kind of bypass or have workarounds in the MFA system so that they can bypass it that way. And then I bring up the human factor, and humans are bad at passwords. Entire conference track dedicated to that. But also, it's amazing what I've seen in my research, how humans are not good with multi-factor. Oh my gosh, I have to get this code and punch it in. That's so much extra work. That psychological acceptability, where they will do things maybe not maliciously, but just to like get their job done. And find bypasses and ways around multi-factor. So I'm going to get into some of the configuration threats. When I first started looking into MFA systems and MFA logs, I'm a blue teamer. I asked some red teamers like, hey, what do you do if you're on an engagement and you find an MFA system is set up? And they were telling me that they love the engagements where they're just very first rolling out a brand new MFA system, and they have enrollment after the password is correct. So you've never used MFA before, you enter your username, password, and it prompts you, hey, give me your phone so I can set up MFA for you. If the red teamer has gone out and gotten the password already, they then add their red team phone to that account, find the person on vacation who hasn't set it up yet or is a little bit behind. They now have their red team phone on that account and just go all the way through the MFA system. The other thing with that is open self-service device enrollment. This is just allowing your users to add any device to their account, like they can add a one-time password device, or they can add another phone or add another phone number to their account instead of going through something like IT. That can you can also kind of see how that would create problems if you were able to get a push the first time as a red teamer or an attacker, and then being able to add your attack phone or your red team phone after the fact without having to go through any sort of checks or balances with IT. So one of the other things that they don't tell you about an MFA system is basic baselining things. So we've talked about how you probably have a very explicit password policy that says you have to rotate it, every so many days. You have to have so many special characters, numbers, length, and all that. Do you have an explicit established policy about your MFA system? Are you limiting how many phones they can add? What type of phones they can add? Are you doing BYOD? Can it only be corporate phones? Who is issuing that? And things of that nature. Another thing you want to think about is like implicit best practices. Best practices for a password, best practices for an MFA system. The other thing that you kind of want to baseline with is your application teams that are going to be helping you set this up, and then your IT team, any sort of tech support that is going to have to go along with a rollout or day-to-day operations of helping users that are running and using the MFA system. And then the other thing that you want to baseline is going out and doing test scenarios in a lab, just running through the MFA system yourself through any sort of weird scenarios that you can think of, and then taking a look at those logs and establishing those baselines. Take a minute to drink here real quick. Okay, so is that better? Okay, sorry, I wasn't close enough there. So one of the biggest things that they don't tell you is that there are logs. These systems log quite a bit of information. And then the other thing that they don't tell you is that you want to bring along more data when you go look at these logs. And I love logs, I love getting into it, and why do the logs tell me things? I am like the log lady. Give me all of the logs, upgrade the logs, just bring them all to me because the logs tell me so much. They've told me lots of things, and now I'm going to tell you what they told me so that now you can go throughout Hunt and take a look in your logs. So I'm going to break all of this down. The first thing that we're going to take a look at is the access device. This gives us some interesting information like the client OS and the browser that your users are using to log into your system. On some of these systems, they will also have an endpoint client, so you can get some additional endpoint details. So here we can see that they have firewall enabled. Hey, they don't have Java, that's great, or Flash. That's also great that they don't have that installed and they're running Windows Defender and things like that. Some of the stuff that you want to bring along to these logs are things like your asset inventory, because you have an asset inventory. Everybody has an asset inventory. Those are hard. You want to bring a list of your approved software. Do you allow users to run Firefox? Do you allow them to run like Brave or other different browsers like that? And then one of the other things, caveats to this is remember that there is agent string spoofing. If they're logging into web apps, they can be spoofing those agent strings depending on how the system gathers that data. And then you also have browser-based apps. So if you have a user and you're questioning their login, they might not understand what it is they were even logging into, depending on how it displays in these logs. So the thing that we're going to threat hunt in this is we're going to take a look at non-issued or approved operating systems. So you run an all Windows shop and you start to see Macintosh logins or you start to see Linux logins, you might want to take a closer look at those. Also taking a look at old or end-of-life OS versions. It was very surprising to me when I went hunting in my own environment, seeing a lot of Windows 7 computers. I thought we had gotten rid of all of those, but they're still logging in, and where are they and what are they doing? And then you want to take a look for restricted software. Here we see Windows Defender, but maybe you have a corporate license from McAfee or another vendor. Why are they running Windows Defender instead of what you rolled out to the whole fleet? So take a look at those. The next thing we're going to look at is the access device IP address. Where are they logging in from? So IP address of the accessing device, the location is based on IP address lookups. And then some of the logs will actually give you a DNS lookup or the ASN, so you kind of know what company, what ISP they're using to log in. Some of the additional information you want to bring along with that is your known corporate subnets. Are you taking a look at users that are on site or have VPN'd into your system and then are going out to the web in order to get their MFA call? Should they be going through that? Should it be split tunneling? Where are they allowed to come in through? You want a list of acceptable access locations depending on your industry or your company. There might be certain locations where you don't want anybody logging in from. And then you might also want to have an employee directory, employee asset inventory again. Yes, you have asset inventory. Employee location data, so you can kind of have an idea of where people should be. And then a big caveat here is IP locations can be wrong. And it also varies by config and application, like I was saying before, VPN or coming through your corporate network and bouncing out. The IP locations can be wrong. I used to work for an ISP. I was doing a packet capture on a firewall that I knew was in New York City for a customer. They were complaining that one of the partners that they were trying to set up a VPN tunnel with was saying that their IPs were located in Puerto Rico. Packet capture on a New York City firewall, I knew that it wasn't in Puerto Rico, but the IP location service that their third party was using had some stale data in it. They had to go through and use a different service in order to realize hey, the IP locations, they can be wrong. So you want to cross-reference. If you see scary location, go just double check it before you start chasing it too hard. So let's go hunting in this, and what we're going to take a look at is Tor IPs, or unapproved VPN IPs. It's amazing how many people will go use a personal VPN, maybe watch some Netflix for a different country or something, and then try to log into your corporate network, totally forgetting that they're in a country that you don't allow. Kind of interesting when you see the Tor nodes trying to connect into your corporate stuff. And then any sort of ASNs that you might have on a list. And then here's also where you can use your threat intel IOC IPs and ASNs if you're getting any sort of threat intel feeds. And if other people have seen malicious activity from IP addresses, go hunt for those IPs if they're trying to log into your system. And then you can also hunt the IP locations with just that caveat that I mentioned before. It has a little bit higher rate of false positives or benigns, where just know that you have to do a lot of extra, or a couple of extra cross checks there before you go chasing that too far. The next part here is the application logs. So we're taking a look at the application name and the application ID. The other thing you want to bring along is application inventory. I'm very big on inventory micromanagement, end game of everything. So you also want to bring along the application logs. Just because a user was able to log in, first factor, second factor, did the application kick them out, or do they even have permissions to log into that application? You want to have those logs to follow up on that. And then a lot of these, some of the vendors will have integrations with other major vendors and can auto-detect oh, you're using that application. Other times it's your IT or whoever is configuring your MFA system is labeling those. So, hey, you labeled this application website. Thank you. I know exactly what the user got into there to follow up on that. Or application level config. I think I mentioned that before, that applications can be configured wrong or they're not actually allowing the user in. So just take a look at those. What we're going to threat hunt in this data, we're going to be taking a look at absence over time, keeping an eye on reports. How often do people log into certain applications? And has that number started to drop off recently or dropped off completely? Is there an application configuration where maybe it's not hitting the MFA system like it should? And then you also want to do application log follow-up. I've mentioned that before. It's getting a inventory of application logs and being able to follow up on those is really, really important. And then the next piece here is going to be the factor that's used, what kind of factor results of that factor, and the reasons for that factor. So here we see that there's a push that's sending out to a application on your phone. The result was a success, and it's a success because the user approved it. You also want to bring along your first factor logs. If you see a bunch of failures, like you're seeing a brute force, was the password brute forced first, and now they're brute forcing the MFA system? You also want to bring along help desk tickets. A lot of times you'll see weird going on, and then you look up help desk tickets for that user, and it's like, hey, they were just having a bad day. They couldn't get their phone to work. They couldn't get the push to work or whatever. And then just remember defense in depth. Success here does not always mean success in the application. And we're actually going to deep dive a little bit further into these. I have some good examples here. So brute force, we'll dive into this. We're going to verify this was a benign hit. Because if you kind of take a look at this, a little bit interesting. When we break down those 5 individual hits, the logins appear to have completely random timing. There's no real pattern there. We have a successful login after the failures. We're going to talk to Ivan's manager, and we're taking a look specifically at, we have that asset inventory, so we know that Ivan has a mobile phone. We know Ivan has a work phone and those approved numbers. Looking at that authentication device, that's kind of weird. He has a 9-1, which is the country code for India, where 919 is the local area code for RTP. So that's kind of odd that he added a phone number for India there to his account, because we have open self-service adding devices turned on. So we're going to talk to his manager, and it turns out, hey, he typoed his desk phone number. He thought he had to press 9-1 to get out of the system, and ended up coding that into his authentication methods. So we're just going to, and then also his mobile phone was on silent, and that's why the push messages were on fail, or were failing and not being answered. So we're going to go in and we're going to fix that for him and get rid of that phone for him, and that was pretty benign. The next one here, we're going to investigate a little bit further. Oh, we don't have asset inventory. We have no idea what Faith's phone number should be. That's very sad. We also have no idea where she should be located. So are those logins weird or not? We have no idea. Is that phone number weird? We have no idea. We see that we have a high count of failed logins, so we have 27. Let's take a look at those a little bit closer. It turns out that those login attempts are exactly 5 minutes apart to the second. So that's a bit odd. We do have an asset inventory for the laptop, though, and we see that Faith was issued a Mac OS at this company. We have a Windows system logging in. So again, that's odd. So let's go ahead and talk to Faith's manager. She's on vacation. This is great. So we're just going to go ahead and disable Faith's account until she returns, and then we're going to reissue her a new password so that the attempts against the second factor are going to stop. Disable the account just in case she decides to click accept on one of those pushes that keep coming through in that brute force. And then we're going to go ahead and follow up and do further investigation on those login attempts. We had a correct password. How did that correct password get leaked out? And do further investigation on that, see if there were any users or anything. The next one I'm going to talk about is suspicious login reporting. A lot of people that I've talked to actually didn't know that this was a thing. where you can have users actually report in if they see a suspicious or fraudulent login. You get a push. You can say, hey, that was weird. I deny that, and then I'm reporting that as fraud. Same thing with a phone call factor. Calling in, you can press one number to accept it and a different number to report it as fraud. I love this because it allows users to actively report weird things that they see in the environment, setting up another detection method for you. This happens with the push or the phone call options. Can't really do it with an SMS or anything like that. And then you have to educate the users. They have to know that it exists. They have to know that it's there in order for them to be able to push that button and let you know. Also want to give them some information, maybe to your incident response team, like after you push the button, could you please email us and tell us if you saw anything else weird going on or just how to get in contact with that. So we're going to take a look at some suspicious login reports, some logs here. We're going to verify benign again here with Ivan. The first thing that you'll notice is that his auth device matches his mobile on file. And this is pretty much always going to happen. It's going to be the original user's phone that is reporting fraud. If you're a red teamer or an attacker, why are you reporting the authentication as fraud? Probably not going to happen. That's a bad attack if it does. I'm going to take a look here, and the access IP matches the authentication IP. So that means that both the phone that we're sending the push out to is in the same location, enough that it's at least going out through the same router, getting the same IP address and everything as the access device, which could be a laptop or could be a different device. So we're taking a look here a little bit more into Ivan himself, and his Outlook status says that he's traveling. That's interesting. Let's talk to Ivan's manager. Why did he report fraud? Since he's out, we can't really talk to him directly. So it turns out that Ivan saw this really cool talk at BSides Las Vegas and got all excited about fraud reports and decided to sit around the bar and take some bets. And it turns out he was showing off how fast his incident response team will respond to a fraud report. So my company's faster than yours. So we're going to verify that benign and please don't do that. Going to take another drink here. Yes, yes, the IR team gets a percentage of the winnings for responding so quickly. So this next one we're going to investigate a little bit more. Faith is back. And the asset inventory shows, again, that Faith was issued a macOS and we have a Windows device logging in. We learned our lesson from the brute force and now have her phone number on file, so we can take a look at that. It turns out Faith, we talked to Faith's manager. Turns out Faith is on vacation again. And we're going to go ahead and disable her account and wait until she comes back to reissue her a password. And when we do further investigation, you can see that login attempts are from the same subnet as before. We talked to Faith about her password and, hey, what did you do when you changed it? She incremented it by 1. That's a different password. So pretty easy to guess again and get back into the system in order to start sending pushes. But we taught her how to report fraud this time. So instead of getting just hammered, she was able to report fraud and get the incident response team on it right away. So the next piece that we're going to take a look at are the phones themselves. Yeah, so phone number or the token that you're using if you're getting a push. And again, the IP address is based, the IP address of the authentication device, and then it's a location based on an IP lookup service again. You want to bring your employee phone book, again, that inventory. Mobile device asset inventory if you're issuing cell phones out to users, or are you allowing them BYOD with some level of registration or mobile device management. And then you want to have a kind of a basic understanding of phone number country codes and locations and things like that. And then the caveat here is bring your own device or open enrollment. If you're not keeping track of that at all, you're going to have no idea what's coming in here is normal or not. And then remember that pushes and codes don't require cellular. You can get a push over Wi-Fi, and if you're getting authentication codes out of the application itself, that doesn't require cellular, so you're not going to get an IP. Sometimes you might not even get a phone number, just that they use the app to do that. So we're going to go hunting in the authentication device data, And we're going to take a look at a mismatch to the access. So here in this log, we see that the authentication device was located in California, but that access device, or that laptop that was trying to log in, is saying that it was in Moscow. So we're going to take a look at that one a little bit more. The other thing that you want to take a look at is multiples, and I'm going to get into that. We'll do a deep dive into that here with multiple users on one phone number. So we're going to dig into these a little bit more. Here we have 6 users that are all using one phone number and one extension. And we're going to take a look at those users a little bit more, those help desk agents. They all have the same manager and the same hire date. And we're going to go ahead and call that number because that's kind of interesting that they're using an extension. And it turns out that it plays a tone. And when we look up that tone, it's pressing the number 1. So the outgoing voicemail message on that extension, it goes straight to voicemail and then just plays the number 1 to accept our MFA. So we have 6 people just automatically accepting MFA. So we're going to have some emails with the manager, and what's going on? Oh, it turns out it's a secure building. They can't use mobile. They can't use any sort of other devices. But you know what? We're going to issue them some hard tokens so that they aren't just using the same extension and bypassing MFA completely. So next one, we're going to investigate a little bit more. We're taking a look at Grace's landline. She's named it for us, so that's nice. We have 3 people here, and they all have 3 different job titles, which is kind of interesting. We're going to look into this a little bit more. And it turns out that Grace is with laptop support, and she's doing some shadow IT to do her job here. So instead of going about calling up Trudy or Frank, she's actually adding her phone to their systems and knowing their passwords so that she can go in and make changes to their account and set up laptops and stuff for them while they aren't there. While they're out on lunch, she can log in and set up those laptops. Turns out that the timestamps on those login match the time frames of her support tickets. So again, having your support ticket system so you can go back and cross-reference that. And we're going to confirm that there's a password change on all of those users, and we're going to remove Grace's landline from those other users because that shouldn't be happening. And then we're going to have a conversation with her management and make the support process more secure, make sure that they shouldn't be doing things like that. It is kind of nice. And you do notice that people can in some of these systems, people can label their phone numbers. So one of the things that I did when I first started digging around in the logs was I threw in an Easter egg, and anybody that goes in and tries to look at my logs, they're going to see that I always log in from a banana phone. So good luck looking at that. The next example here is one user, multiple phones. And again, I wrote this talk in November 2019. You might remember something that happened in December 2020, where FireEye was able to detect an attacker in their system when they noticed a second phone on an employee's MFA. So it was added to that. But if you aren't keeping track of new devices that are being added or you have a history, we're going to go into how do you hunt for that after the fact if you're not getting those alerts real time. So we're going to dig into this a little bit, and we're going to do this one as benign. We see that we have the mobile inventory, and we have her work phone number. And if you take a look at those a little bit closer, we do have 3 phones there, but one of them has been named. So Alice previously had an unlabeled cell phone. Alice got a new iPhone, so cool, congratulations. The MFA system had a code update, so when she added that phone, it decided to tag on iPhone for us to try to be helpful. So she installed MFA on the new phone, which caused the MFA system to relabel it. So that's benign. All those phones are accounted for. We're going to investigate this one a little bit more because this is interesting. We see that we have a mobile number and a work number on file for him, and then we have these 5 other phones. And Bob's login phones don't match the company records, so this is starting to look weird. The logins happen at all hours of the day. He's logging in at 1 a.m., he's logging in at 1 p.m., he's logging in just all different hours of the day. We're going to contact Bob's manager about this and try to see what's going on. And it turns out he was outsourcing his work to other contractors, and they had his password and added all their phones to his account. Bob's doing the work of 5 people because he is 5 people. So now I'm going to kind of get into like some gray areas and beyond the technology. You have restricted areas and skiffs, and like how do you compensate and work around that? The whole thing of like, oh, they're going to an extension. have a plan to like issue YubiKeys or one-time passwords, password tokens if those are acceptable in those areas. The other thing is contractors. A lot of times contractors are given expectations of employees, but they aren't given the permissions and abilities to do things that employees are able to do. So make sure that you level set those so that contractors aren't trying to use credentials of employees in order to just do their job. And then the last one is assistance. And what I mean by this is for the call for papers for this conference even, they understand the concept that people have administrative assistants or people that help them out with different things. There are lots of applications that don't understand this concept. So if you have somebody that has an assistant, how do they log in as that person in order to assist that person with their job? It's amazing how many people don't understand delegation in applications and are logging into the higher level person that they are assisting. So be on the lookout for that. And then I'm going to get into the actions that you can take back with you is go out and respond to findings. Limit self-enrollment. I've kind of made that clear where it's like, hey, if you let people add other devices, they will. If you don't explain to them how backups work, you might see things like, oh yeah, I added my spouse's phone to my account because if I lose my phone, I can use my spouse's phone. What, is that allowed? Maybe think about limiting self-enrollment. You might want to limit or just not have phone call authentication. It's one of those things where you don't have to unlock the phone. So if somebody loses their laptop and their phone is also in their backpack, they now have access to the second factor with a phone call without having to do anything else to get into that. If you do have the phone call, you might want to change the default number on that. The group there that was able to play the tone in the voicemail, they knew that it was always going to be like the number 1 to accept that push. Just change that up every so often so you have to actually listen to the message in order to push the right number. And then be sure that you fix what you find. You find a lot of weird stuff. Just don't let it slide like, oh yeah, this is how IT has done it for 10 years, just logging in as other people to do their job. Like actually dig in and get through and do that. You want to be sure that you educate your users beyond the password policy, educate them about reporting fraud, educate them about not adding other phones and things like that. Well, let them, make sure that they understand to report those suspicious MFA requests and fraud. And let them know that it's okay to report user requests for sharing credentials. I had a situation where a contractor was being pressured by their management to share their credentials for the company in order to get their paycheck, because the manager who was not part of the contracting company, not part of the company, wanted to log in and basically scrape company data in order to do recruiting and things like that. But make sure that that users can report things, or hey, like this admin's away on vacation, share the password, share their credentials, stuff like that. Make sure that that can be reported and resolved. And then include contractors. I used to be a contractor, kind of treated like second-class citizens at some companies and stuff like that. You just want to be sure that you bring them along on security and making sure that they're following it correctly. And then some of the other MFA takeaways: do not set it and forget it. Go back, read your logs. Always read your logs, all systems. Read logs. Search for the unusual, figure out what normal is, and then find out what's not normal. Investigate the logs. I'm just going to keep hammering that. I love logs. Go out and just read them. Some of my future research that I want to do, I haven't done a whole lot on password lists, but I want to get into that. I want to do client-based authentication, more about token duplication. I want to take a look and see if people are sharing YubiKeys or tokens and stuff between users, not something I've really gotten into. And then just thanks to my employer for on-the-job research and training, the other security professionals that shared their stories with me, and I kind of mixed into some of these things, coworkers for my logging obsession and investigation and stuff. And then Duo has some pretty good documentation. If you want references, I'll leave this slide up for a minute. And that's it. If there are any questions.
Even better than I expected, and that means a lot. So really, really good. Questions?
For hunting through your logs and stuff, do you use any automated tools? Is it just kind of whatever the vendor has provided for that, or did you write some scripts or something to flag like some of these interesting cases that might happen frequently?
Yeah, so I've written and set up like plays, like if you have a playbook and stuff, like writing up a bunch of Splunk queries or SEM queries that will go through and find certain things.
Thanks for a great talk. When the MFA that you have is not for the employees of the organization, but of your customers, like financial companies and stuff like that, do you think any of these analysis can be applicable to this situation?
Yeah, I think they could. If you were to like have those logs, it might be interesting to see if there are any customers sharing information. If you do have, I would think maybe like with the financial situation there, if there's any sort of fraud going on, like maybe you have multiple, like one phone on multiple users' accounts, there could be a situation of fraud going on there with customers.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for your talk.
Thank you.
So many of your examples were that showed that if we weren't using telephone PSTN as a second factor authenticator, these examples just wouldn't exist. And
Yep.
there's a cost associated with issuing an authenticator that's sure, there's a cost associated with issuing a hard authenticator, but it seems like your time, or the time of the IT people, and the risk of loss would largely be subsumed by, would subsume the cost of those authenticators. Why can't we get away from that?
That is a fantastic question. I don't know. Like, why are the vendors still producing those sort of things? And I guess I was supposed to ask you who you are as well? Or?
Yeah. Jim, you need to say who you are.
I'm Jim Fenton. I'm one of the people. I'm a contractor. I work with NIST on user authentication guidelines.
Okay, cool. Yeah, yes. Please update the guidelines. Get rid of phones.
Jim has talked at PasswordsCon before, and he's one of those with his name on the SP 863B. Yeah. So, yeah. More questions.
What kind of training do we give users to educate them without getting too nitty-gritty or revealing security flaws in an existing system? How do we make that practical?
Yeah, some of the vendors do have some education, like when you first roll it out, and I think they are getting better at like education packages that you can use to like mail campaigns and things like that. Probably just being like a little bit transparent without making them like too curious. But yeah.
You had several examples in here, some of them crazier than others.
Mm-hmm.
What's the sort of craziest thing you've ever found? War stories from reality.
Yeah, some of those were not reality at all, and then some of them were. And I'm just gonna like leave that up to the imagination, which ones were and which ones weren't. Protect the innocent, maybe. Yeah.
I think it's sort of time for me to do one of my stories, which is for real. I've told this one, I've included this in talks before, but there might be new people here as well. And this story is something that I did as a pen tester doing password cracking many years ago in a galaxy far, far away. And it's also very interesting to see how social and cultural differences play a role when I tell a story. Because together with a friend of mine, we did a penetration test, and we cracked the passwords of a lot of people. And there's a visitor for you here, Susan.
All right, so we had a really lovely, is this on? Yep, can you hear me? Yeah. We had a really lovely speaker request for all of the staff and volunteers at BSides to be excellent to each other, so that we could be excellent to all the other participants. So with that in mind, I actually, it really touched us. We'd like to present you with something as a result.
Cool. Okay.
Thank you so much for coming and talking and being part of this.
Thank you, Demon. Yeah. So to continue my story, we were able to crack the passwords of approximately 5,000 people. That easy, Windows, a long time ago. And then we also found a Windows directory where we found pictures of all these people, like headshots being used for physical access cards. And this wasn't part of our assignment, but we had an evening where we were drinking beer, and I can't remember today who came up with the idea, but the idea was pretty simple. Do you think men or women have the best passwords? So we had 5,000 pictures, and we had 5,000 passwords. We put everything into a database, and then we spent a couple of days, 2 guys, analyzing pictures. And we looked at gender, which is, I should say, fairly easy to identify from pictures. We also identified if the person in the picture were using glasses and used that as a thing we could check for. We also looked at hair color, including no hair or gray or brown or black, and also facial hair. And when we had done that to 5,000 pictures, we could do queries into the database. And what did we find? Number 1, we found that women prefer length. Some people doesn't dare laugh, and mainly it is men laughing. There might be a few women as well. But this is about passwords. So we found that women on average had longer passwords than men. We also found that men prefers a wider selection in characters. They used more different letters from the alphabet and special characters and so on. And in Norway, at least in our culture, it's a thing that, and I'm sorry to say this, but blonde women are supposed to be just a little bit more stupid than everybody else. But blonde women didn't have the worst passwords. The worst passwords belongs to males that goes into the category of Unix guru. And that is a category we had to create based on hairstyle and beard style. So you can imagine the rest. They had the absolute worst passwords. And now the end of the joke, the person type with the best passwords were women with red hair. And that is something I just cannot understand due to my ex-wife being a redhead. And with that, thank you. And our next talk will be at 3 o'clock, so be back then. Thank you. Well, then my question is also, how good are you with Greek?
I can speak it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you can write it.
And I can read it and write it, yeah. Not as good as I used to, because I haven't been using it for so long.
Yeah. No, it's highly relevant for your talk.
How do I do to terminal? Switch to the terminal.
Escape,
Okay.
to exit, and then just Alt Tab to give focus.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're going to have to look there while you're tapping.
Alright. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so we'll get started again. Sort of a background for this talk is that I believe that when we are discussing passwords, we are giving out password advice. When we are talking about password cracking, which we love to do, we are most of the time focusing on English names and words. A vast majority of all research is heavily leaning towards English. Even me, with Norwegian being my native language, there is a lot less research about that. We had an excellent talk several years ago in Stockholm from somebody living in South Africa talking about exactly that. He said that if you know Swahili as an example and you can do a very simple password in Swahili, chances are pretty small that the bad guys will be able to crack it because they just don't have a word list in Swahili available. And today I'm really happy to have back again Dimitri from South Africa and his colleague Ethan. They will be talking about the one with the foreign word list. And I'm not going to say that's a continuation of that previous talk, but again, research into passwords and passphrases that are not necessarily strictly English or using standard English alphabet. So please take it away.
Thank you, Per, and thanks everyone for attending today. Just some background on us. So I'm Dimitri Foussekis. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at BCS Group, which also owns a company called BitCrack Cybersecurity. We're based in South Africa, and we operate throughout Africa, handling cybersecurity, pen testing, assessments, advisory, password auditing, and so forth. So Ethan is one of my colleagues. He's a security consultant from the company, so we'll both be presenting this part today. As Per mentioned, I've done some talks before on passwords, having efficient password lists. But what we wanted to do was look for new and different ways that people are creating their passwords, especially now. And especially since that talk was given, I think you said 7 or 8 years ago, I can't remember how long ago it was. We've also changed a lot of the dynamics around how we enter passwords now. A lot of it is more done on a mobile device than it is, for example, on a keyboard in front of a computer, which is why we're also going to touch on a few things related to entering passwords on a mobile device. But when it comes to foreign word lists, what we wanted to touch on was what makes an efficient word list, right? Very briefly, I'm not going to go into too much detail on that, but it's the reason for why also we want to discuss foreign word lists. Bye-bye English is when we will now start looking at the foreign word lists, the one with the emojis. So coming to the cell phones again, generating passwords on cell phones is very common these days, which means we have a keyboard that can also do emojis now. And that also creates some complexity. Some websites will die a horrible death if you try and use emojis, but some will not. So if those passwords are leaked and there's password hashes up for being cracked, emojis could be in there. And then putting it all together, we'll just show you some brief tools that we created to help you do that. They'll be on GitHub shortly after the talk, and we hope that you'll extend them and work with them and get them to do more. And then, of course, the mandatory cat picture for Per. I hope you like it. Good. So we can now begin. Okay. So what makes an efficient word list? And as I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I wanted to highlight actually the opposite. What's not efficient and why we thus want to have these targeted word lists. So big word lists, they're not efficient, right? Especially if you've got slow passwords that you want to crack. If you've got a 25 gig word list and you've got a ton of GPUs and you're cracking MD5, that's great, you'll get through them. Switch to a salted hash, switch to bcrypt, something like that, and your great-grandchildren will still be watching the job running. So we want to create efficient word lists, especially ones in foreign languages. What about numbers in word lists? We want to leave these out as well. And the reason I'm mentioning numbers is because they'll come up in the emoji side as well. We generally don't want numbers in word lists because brute force rules can generate those very quickly. We can append them to words or stick them anywhere in a word list candidate. So there's no point to really having numbers in our word lists, except maybe when we're dealing with emojis, and you'll see why when Ethan does his part. There may be a good point to having your rules output some words with emojis. And the golden word list rule that I've stressed before, all those many years ago, if a rule can do it, your word list shouldn't have it. Okay? Because if your word list has all the things your rules could do, instead of using the computational power of your GPU, you're just using text files and hard disk I/O, and it's pointless because you're shoving those planes into GPUs, and you're just doing a glorified comparison rather than getting work done on the processor of the GPU. So try and keep the word list as simple as possible. Let rules do all the work that needs to be done on that. So for the first part, the first technique we're going to look at today is something called transliteration when it comes to foreign word lists. Now, I don't know if any of you have had experience with transliteration, if you've ever had to translate into other languages. You may have come across transliteration. What is it? So, according to the dictionary, it's defined as representing or spelling in the characters of another alphabet, right? So it's not translation, it's transliteration, but it can happen after translation, okay? So if I've got a word in one language, I translate it to another language, right? And that language could be, say it is Russian or Arabic or Greek or something without a standard Latin character set. That's all good and well. And we can find many dictionaries on the internet with Russian words, with Greek words, with Arabic words. But what most people do is that they're sitting in front of a keyboard that's got Latin characters, or English, if you want to call it that, but let's call it by the proper name, which is Latin characters. So what do? They think of the word in their home language, but they type it out the way it sounds on the keyboard. That's transliteration. So let's look at an example. If we take the word alphabet, okay, that's what the translation to alphabet is in Russian, okay? Now, a Russian person entering a password on a website may think to themselves, well, let me take this word and rather type it as it sounds, and so I'm not going to enter the Russian characters. So we could have a dictionary with a lot of Russian words in it, some nice Unicode there. You could brute force, if you're using Hashcat or John, Unicode characters. Yes, you might come past this word at some point. But there's a good chance, and we see that a lot in the passwords we crack, that the person didn't actually type it in that character set. What they did, in fact, was they used transliteration, which is here on our next slide. Okay? So they took how the word would sound in their language and they wrote it out in Latin characters. And then they add all the bells and whistles to it. So we can have adding of numbers, we can have special characters, we can have case-sensitive toggling, we can add special characters to it, we can do quite a lot, right? Now, if you were only working off English, this word wouldn't come past in your dictionary, right? Because it's not an English word. Its base started off in Russian, and we see it sounds like the word alphabet, and excuse my Russian pronunciation, but I'm Dimitri, the Greek version, not the Russian one, so my Russian's not good. And alphabet could have been written like that, and thus we would have missed it in our dictionaries if we were trying to crack these passwords. Even if you were brute forcing, okay, we're not assuming that was the password. We're assuming it's going to be a complex one and something that's got to go through rules to actually be effective. So, how do we generate these words? Okay, because we could do it manually. By manually, I mean you go take Russian word. What does it sound like? How's it pronounced? Okay, let me write that in Latin characters. All right. Like brute forcing bcrypt with a large word list, your great-grandchildren will be doing that work as well. What about dictionary mappings? Not exactly easy because it's long and it's hard. And the other thing is, it may not understand the pronunciation of the word to actually give you an answer, right? So when I'm saying that word in another language like Arabic, Greek, Russian, or Chinese, how does it sound? And how do I get that into English or standard characters back into the Latin characters? So we leveraged a service, and both Google and Microsoft offer the service. The Microsoft one just is a lot easier to use. It's called Microsoft's Azure Cognitive Services, and it's actually not designed for this. It's designed for all the fancy things like auto-completion of words on your apps, translation, translating sentences and keeping the right intent in it. But one of the features it does have, and the feature that we're using, is transliteration, where it can take a language, like a Russian word or a sentence, give you the translation of that into how it sounds, and then give you the English transliteration, the Latin characters transliteration for that. So if we come back to this slide, right, that word running through Microsoft's cognitive services came out with that. Okay. Now something else to keep in mind is that these characters might not always be what a person will use. What do I mean? What do I mean by that, right? Maybe some of you can pick it up, but if I'm a Russian person and I'm pronouncing alphabet and I'm now using an English or a Latin keyboard to type alphabet, I might not use an I might use a Y. So it might be A-L-F-A-V-Y-T. Okay. We'll touch on that just now, because that means some rules are required in these word lists to get them to be even more effective than just dumping out a bunch of words and using them. So, Azure Cognitive Services. Just a warning about this, okay? Like any service out there, especially when you spin up your AWS machines and you do something and you forget about it and then you have to sell your house, something similar might happen here, okay? There's a free tier in Azure where 1 million characters can be transliterated for free. After that, you need to use a paid service, and that's going to bill you per character. So if you take the tool as it is and you shove a 25 gig word list in it, well, it's gonna be a bit expensive.
How did you find out?
Yeah, the hard way. Okay, so it's going to get expensive. What we've done, and I'll get that onto the next slide for you, we've done some things to help you out, and we'll continue putting them on our Git as we go forward. But what I want to show you quickly, if I can just escape from here, is coming to our console here. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to show you the code here. It's very easy to use to go forward. So what you do is, if you come to the bottom, you'll get yourself a subscription from Microsoft's Cognitive Services. It'll spin up an endpoint for you that you can use. You simply add your location. You add the endpoint using the translate endpoint. This code will be online. You can take it and work with it. And then you go from there. And when we get to looking at the tools, I'll show you what the output for that is. Now, what we did is we took the English dictionary and we shoved it through the service. Okay? And it's a two-stage process, but thankfully, Microsoft Cognitive Services returns both in the same reply. So we took English, we said take the English dictionary and convert it to Russian, right? Then, how would that Russian be pronounced? Give us the transliteration in Latin characters. And that's when you get output like this now, okay? So it's the English dictionary, and it's obviously the end of it. I'm not showing you the whole thing. It's the English dictionary, and we've translated it, and at the same time taken the pronunciation and transliterated that. And now we have a whole bunch of nice base words to use when we're cracking our passwords. To help you, we've done 3 languages through the engine. I'll put those on GitHub for you. You can use them as base words, and you can extend it further. Obviously, like I mentioned, be careful, because once you pass the free tier, your credit card's going to start being billed for the output coming out of this. It's not overly expensive. I'm just saying, just keep an eye on what you're doing. And the reason I mention rules are so important is never ever give this your dictionary with a whole bunch of junk in it, right? Because if you give Azure aeroplane 123, Azure's going to say, well, this looks like a spelling mistake. I'm sure you meant aeroplane, right? Now, say you've got 1,000 of those. You've actually paid to translate the same word 1,000 times, because Azure is going to either give an error, or it's going to say, I think you meant this, and it's going to give you the word. So you're actually duplicating work. So make sure the input dictionaries into the cognitive services, when you use these tools, are very base dictionaries. They have nothing extra added to them, so that it can just give you the raw output of what it sounds like when transliterated into English. After that, there's some rules you can consider, like I mentioned, and we'll put these up on the GitHub as well. Okay, because people are not Microsoft's cognitive services, right? They think differently. They get into habits. So someone who is Russian maybe and typing these words on an English keyboard the way they sound may not use an I where it should be. They used a Y instead. Maybe they didn't use a K, they used a C instead. So now you don't want word lists with this, because like I mentioned, you want your word list to remain efficient and fast. But you want rules to plug into your password cracking, offload it to your GPU, let it do all the hard work here of figuring out all these iterations of what the person could have typed while they were busy with it. In case you forgot or you don't know, okay, this is a standard hashcat rule. The S means replace X with Y. So replace a Y with an I. Replace an I with a Y. Replace a C with a K. I'm sure you get the drift. You can build on these. We have done quite a lot of this, so I'll publish those on Git for you as well. What we've done in the various languages is we've looked at what people could have used, right? So for example, Greek. If you're translating the word Greek, say drink in Greek is poto, all right? So poto could be P-O-T-O when written on a Latin keyboard. But Greeks have the Omicron and the Omega, which looks like a W. So the person could maybe have used a W instead of an O. But the cognitive engine won't know that. It'll give you P-O-T-O as the output. And so these rules will then come in handy to fix those minor things where just humans have changed it by using a character that could have been something else. So that covered the first technique. The second technique we're going to look at is keyboard walks with a difference when it comes to foreign languages. And this is an interesting one because I didn't realize how often it actually gets used. But it's used quite a lot, not really on cell phones and tablets, but certainly on computer keyboards and keyboards where people type. Okay, a normal keyboard walk is not what we're talking about, right? I'm sure those of you in the know will know what a keyboard walk is. You have a pattern. You don't know the password. You know the pattern on the keyboard, right? So I go, and a password comes out of it, okay? And these various tools that can do that. Hashcat's got a few, others have a few, right? Not complex. There are many ways to do that. But how does it tie into foreign word lists, right, if the person's used that? Well, we're going to look at a keyboard now. It's called the Bapomo keyboard. It's a Chinese keyboard, one of the many Chinese keyboards out there. There's simplified ones. There's non-simplified ones. There's a whole lot of different ones. But what we're going to do now is we're going to look at a keyboard walk based on the assumption that two things have happened. Either the person typed the word in Chinese but left the keyboard set in English, or typed the word in English and left the keyboard set in Chinese, right? So what happens then is, I'm thinking of the word password, right? So I'm a Chinese person, I speak English and speak Chinese, and I think, let me type password in. But I'm going to be clever, as it were, and what I'm going to do is I'm not going to leave the keyboard in English. I'm going to set the keyboard to Chinese and then type the word password. Now, if we do that and we press a P and an A and an S and an S and a W and O and R and a D, that's what comes out in characters. Okay? It means nothing. You can't translate it. It's not a word, right? It looks pretty random. And if you came across that in hashes you were trying to crack, you may look at it and think, but when I'm trying to translate it, it's not working. That's because the original word was actually thought of in a different language, but it was typed on a multi-language keyboard with it set in the other language. So the person hit the right keys, but the keyboard entered what each one of it in the Chinese simplified is, and that's what came out as characters. And then they might add their fancy things like a few exclamation marks or we know users. It's not complicated. Chances are it was at August 22 or something. But the fact is that this is pretty random from our point of view. And the opposite could be true, right? The person could have thought of the word in Chinese, but typed it on this keyboard set to English, in which case it'll look like gibberish to you, but there's actually words. So what we've done is we've built a tool that will also be on GitHub, and it's going to take a few of these keyboards and say, okay, give me the input language, and I'll show you what would have been output if the person entered it in that language but set the keyboard to its actual language, or the other way around. And so you would get a nice word list filled with these random characters, as it were, even though they're not actually random characters. So those were the two techniques I've covered for you now. The transliteration, which is how does it sound in that language, but I'm typing it in Latin characters, right? Very common, so when I cracked some hashes using those base words, it does crack a few of the open stuff that you can find lying around on the internet. Remember to think about the target, right? So if it's a Russian website where you've got hashes that you're legally obtained and you're trying to crack them, okay, you're not going to use Chinese transliteration as much as you are going to use Russian. You can if you want to, but I'm saying give it some thought as well when you're working out that. And then on the keyboards, think about your targets as well, because it could be that it's an Arabic keyboard, right? But the person thought in English, but typed it in Arabic mode on the keyboard, and so we got a bunch of Arabic gibberish, which actually makes sense if you looked at what was typed when they walked the keyboard. So up next, we're going to introduce Ethan, and he's going to take us through the one with the emojis.
The one with the emojis. So why do we need to account for emojis in our password lists? Well, for starters, there's increasing support for it. On our mobile phones, we've had emojis for ages. And we're seeing now in Windows 11, they've just released an emoji keyboard. Macs also had it for a while. So a lot of devices have support for emojis. So it's no longer the case where you'd maybe make a password on your phone, and then when you get to your desktop, it wouldn't work because there's no emoji support there. Also, our heavy use of our mobile phones. Everyone has a mobile phone, and using emojis has become part of our lives. We use it in our text messages. It's really become part of our language, so it's only natural that it would also become part of our passwords as well. Again, a lot of accounts are only used on our mobile devices. If we think about things like Instagram, TikTok, Uber, they're all accounts that we only use on our mobile devices where we have emojis. And then there are a lot of emojis, over 3,600 emojis in Unicode standard. So this is a very, very large character set that we need to take account of when we do our passwords. Perfect. So what does our tool do? Well, our tool works on the assumption that people would use emojis in phrases in their passwords. You can generate a random list of the most frequently used emojis and use that to try crack some passwords. But what our tool does is it will take a phrase, for example, I love my dog hashcat, and then the plain text password of that could be I love my dog hashcat 2022, all together without spaces, and then the emojified password of that would be I beating heart, my dog emoji, hash emoji, etc., etc. There were a couple of challenges that we faced when making this tool. First off, there's a lot of emojis. For example, the word love could have well over 20 different emojis related to that specific word. Could have the heart emoji, the blue heart emoji, heart eyes, kissy face, all those different ones could portray the word love. And same with things like dog. So what we had to do is generate all those different combinations. And someone might have only used one emoji in their password, they might have used two, they could have used three, etc., etc. So with this tool, we really try to generate all the different possible emojis with this, or passwords with this. Well, that does mean that you're going to end up with a word list that's quite big if you don't have a really specific input file with just a couple words or phrases. Another challenge was the different skin tones. If we think about just the thumbs up emoji or good emoji, there are 5 different other skin tones, and we need to take account of that as well. And how it works with emojis and things like skin color or color is there's actually 2 different Unicode characters. We have one Unicode character for the thumbs up, and then the next Unicode character for the color brown, and combined they generate the brown thumbs up emoji. So we also generated that in our tool. Tool inputs. So our tool can take in a variety of inputs. Can take in something like a book or a Wikipedia page about someone, some sort of article. And we're also using engrams to do this. And what an engram is a collection of n number of words or sample text with the highest probability of what the word will be next. So for example, I've got the Wikipedia page of Formula 1 driver Max Verstappen. And in there, we can see that after the word Max, the most common word that would come after that would be Verstappen, and then when he was born 30 September, and so on and so forth. So you could feed it anything from a book or a Wikipedia page and generate passwords like that. Another thing it can take in is just a text file of passwords. So you might have in your password list something like I love my dog hashcat 2022. You would have to have the numerical value in there, otherwise it won't get transferred into emoji. And then our tool will just split that up into the different words in there. So I love my dog, and then it'll change all the those words into emojis. So options for the tool, obviously just the in file option, the file you want to take as input for it, out file, spaces. You can choose if you want to have spaces in between the words, or if you just like them all stuck together. Numbers, if you'd only like to emojify the numbers in your password, can also choose to do that. Subchar substitutes all available characters instead of just the words. So for a password like foxmoon19, there's emoji for the character for the letter O, for X, for M, and what that will do is it'll just generate foxmoon with all those characters being emojis, and it'll also generate all the different combinations of that. -n, this is for if you're using engrams for something like a book or an article, and then -n is just the number of engrams, the depth that you want to go to. So just for a quick demonstration, oh yeah, escape. Okay, cool. That's fine. Is my thing on there? Okay, capital. Good. So just go to our tool, python.main. Can I have our input file? I think it's test. Yeah, and then our art file. Okay, cool, I'll do that. So this would just change all of the words in that text file into an emoji. So for just examples, we can look at what our input was. Oh, wait. Sorry. Apologies, it's very difficult to see up here. So that would just be our example file. I'm a fan of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, so I put that in there. And then the outputs. Is it in? Can you just see our art file? So there would be our output file of all the different emojis and all the different combinations. Where's it gone? Of all the different combinations of that word, and I can't zoom in. Let's zoom. And I'll go through all the different combinations of that, just with the emojis in there. Cool. Handing back to Dimitri.
Okay, just so you can see it a bit clearer. Okay, so if you go back to the beginning. Okay, so that's what it took with Red Hot Chili Peppers. Okay, so obviously it's going to iterate, as Ethan mentioned, through the different options of what could be red hot, right? Okay. Lost the mouse cursor. Okay, and as we go down, we get to the next one. Okay. So, as Ethan mentioned, it can get complex with emojis because different people use emojis to mean different things, right? Okay, like when I'm happy, I might use an emoji with a smiley face. Someone else may think thumbs up means I'm okay, so I'm happy. So we have to iterate a lot based on intent as well, which does make the file bigger. But depending on what hash you've got, it can get through them quite fast. You can also use std out on the tool and pipe it straight into hashcat, so you don't even have to generate wait for the word list to generate either. I'm just going to exit this quickly. Okay, so if we come back to our slides where we were. Okay, so putting it all together. So we've had a look at the one with the emojis. We've had a look at the keyboard walks. So looking at transliteration, right? If I have a file, let's call it test1.txt, okay? And we put some words in there, base words that we want in our dictionary. So let's take aeroplane, let's take potato. Someone give me some words. Nouns. Garden. Garden. Let's do one more. Dancing. Yes. Dancing. Password. Okay. Good. Okay. So what we'll do then is we will call our tool, right? And we're going to say that the in file is test1. Okay, we give it an out file, test1.out. Okay, and then we give it the language. So what I want to do is I want to make this, let's take Arabic, right? AR. So I'm asking the cognitive translator, translate it to Arabic. How does it sound if I speak it in Arabic and give me that in Latin characters? And hopefully if it works, we should get some output here. Okay, so there we have some output. I'm not sure if it's big enough to see. Okay, so what it did is it translated aeroplane to Tyra. Well, I'm not, my Arabic is also not good, right? So if I'm pronouncing it wrong, forgive me. But so it took the word, translated it out, and then gave you what it would sound like. Again, the tool will be on GitHub, and take it and change it, make it better, get it for what you want it to do. There's no threading, for example. The reason I didn't put threading in is because I was worried that might burn my credit card even more than it has already. But yeah, so just be careful, because if it goes wide, Microsoft's going to be smiling at you with the amount of what you're doing. But like I mentioned, we will over time be translating base dictionaries for you into these. So just visit the GitHub page every so often, which, like, if I go back to here, so it's not there yet. Don't visit it yet. We haven't copied the stuff over. But from this evening or tomorrow, if you visit it, I will tweet it out as well. You can then visit it, and we'll start putting this stuff up there. And you're welcome to fork all the tools and create your own, change them as you want to, and do that. So that's how we covered foreign word lists. I'd like to thank everyone. Also, some of the stuff we've done has been studied before. We're just changing the way we're adapting it. So we've got some people to thank for research and stuff that they've done as well. The Word Ninja, Emoji Translate, the Natural Language Toolkit, Hashcat, of course. Those people whose names I don't want to destroy. And then, yeah, for Microsoft Azure Cognitive Services. I'm thanking them for taking my money. Thank you very much. But the service is good, and it works well. Like I mentioned, there is a Google one as well. If you want to play with that one, we're not using it in our tool, but you can also play with the Google one as well. Give it a try, see what it's like, and you can build off that. Thank you very much.
Questions for Dimitri and Ethan?
Sure. While they're asking, I'll put it back up.
I have a question. In my language, we have a...
One wanted this one, I think. I'm just going to add the Twitter account as well while you're asking questions, so that we can also...
Yeah.
Put that there.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Can you say anything about any success rates you've had with this? I mean, the tool is awesome, the concept is awesome, but have you been able to crack like one more hash, or are we talking? What are we talking about here? How much have you improved your password cracking capability with this?
So we did crack a few hashes on some publicly available lists. We didn't try to target them specifically, so we didn't actually create the word lists we created were more for the talk than for actual word lists, targeted lists out there. We tried them on a few from the Hashkiller website, but again, it's too vast to actually know what they could have been. They were uncracked hashes that some of the password crackers have tried and didn't get, and a few cracked out of that. Where I would see it working a lot better is in a corporate environment. So if you get NTLM hashes, especially in corporate environments where they've got the multiple keyboards, pretty sure you'll see quite a bit of that. And you'll see it if you can get hold of hashes. Well, let me add the disclaimer: if you can legally get hold of hashes from websites with mobile registration, you'll come across a lot of emojis on there. Like Ethan mentioned, although the keyboards are available in Windows and Mac, I don't think the uptake is as high as when they're creating them on the mobile devices.
Your example of the keyboard walks is something that I actually saw when I was cracking passwords legally in Ukraine like 15 years ago. So people were doing that back then. They thought of something in Russian or Ukraine, and they sort of looked at the Cyrillic characters, but they actually typed in what became English characters into the system. And to me, it was complete nonsense until I realized what they were actually doing. Yeah. More questions?
I think there's a question probably more for Ethan. Some of the conversions to emojis that you had ended up being very short, like I love my dog could be I heart dog. Do you have, and I'm wondering if websites and so forth are counting the minimum password length wrong. You know, if it's supposed to be 8 characters, are they counting, each emoji as like 4 or something like that because that's its length in Unicode?
Well, it depends. So a lot of the emojis are just a single character, a single Unicode character. But then again, some of them with like different colors and stuff, it's two characters. Right. And it'll see it as 2 characters.
But even the emojis that are a single character, it takes multiple bytes to represent that. So yes. It might be a 4-byte long Unicode character to represent that emoji.
Yes, but it'll still be only seen as 1 character.
Okay, yeah. I'm hoping that they're seeing it as 1 rather than 4. Otherwise, you're going to get some really probably easy to crack 2-character
yes.
passwords.
Yes. Cool.
Sorry, just to add to that. So what I think a lot of websites are doing as well is that they're taking the input, if it's Unicode, they're then catering for, okay, it's Unicode, so don't look at the actual Unicode itself, but work out how many characters I've got in Unicode rather than how many plain text with the actual Unicode written out as U1 or whatever the hex value is for that.
Okay, so thank you again, Dimitri and Ethan. Great talk. Now there will be a break until 5 o'clock. Some changes are coming. Jeremy Gosney couldn't come and he had to cancel his talk. And magic happened, so he is now at a hotel. And hopefully he will do his talk, passwords, but make it nihilism. At 5 o'clock, I will gladly skip my talk for listening to him. So I really hope that you will be back at 5 o'clock, and I will go look for Jeremy right now. Thank you. And the bartender says what?
Put on your face mask.
Put on your face mask. Yeah, would that be sort of some sort of way of saying, you know, you need to get salted, or I'm up here, I'm allowed to not wear a face mask. Yeah. It's the privilege of speakers to speak without face mask.
Yeah, we have to be. I heard from my colleague that there has been a leak of all PIN codes for all cards. You can download a 4 digits, you can download a file, fill with it.
There's been a new leak. He says all PIN codes being used for credit cards have been leaked online. There's a file you can download. All of them. Even, yeah, every single one. So now you need to change your PIN into something.
All of them, that would be amazing. Especially they want to know, which PIN code do people not want?
Which PIN code do people not want?
Yeah.
Stuff, and she did a talk about the ethics of doing password cracking, because in most cases we are downloading data that has been copied illegally or stolen or whatever you want to call it from some service, some company out there, and we crack the passwords, we see the emails, we see the usernames, the real names and so on of those people. And there's the thing about, you know, is this legally allowed to do? Is it ethical? Is it moral to do? Now, during the years, I have experienced my fair share of shit. And I've been thinking about a lot about this. Would I have done myself cracking millions and millions and millions of passwords during the past 22, 23 years and still ongoing? And I also thought that, well, doing that as a talk to finish off PasswordsCon in Las Vegas is probably not the best idea I can do. So, and now also waiting for Jeremy Gosney, I thought that, well, instead of just doing sad stuff, I will show you a couple of slides that I've been doing lately as part of almost a lightning talk with some fun stuff in it. Some might have seen this before, some might not. But I will start with the simple part. So this is the license plate of my car. 0 points for guessing what it says in Norwegian on that plate. And this is also the quote that I have on Twitter. I said I have a reputation to maintain. I have it verbally from Cormac Hurley at Microsoft Research with a witness present that he's interested in passwords. Well, I'm obsessed with it. And I do ask Cormac to please confirm statement. And he responds in public, confirm, I have a healthy curiosity while Torstein is pathologically obsessed. And I'm actually proud of getting that from Cormac because he's really good at his research. And he has done research into passwords and usability stuff for quite a few years. You might also have seen this, but I use this to sort of exemplify what I say is the value of a single password. This happened quite a few years ago. This is Twitter. This is Associated Press, one of the largest news agencies in the world. At the time, they had 2 million followers. And one day suddenly tweeted the message saying, breaking, 2 explosions in the White House and Barack Obama is injured. Now, there were never any explosions there, and there were never, Barack Obama was never injured in any way. And it's sort of crazy to think that, well, why would a news agency put out a tweet like that? And it's also interesting to see that in this case, this tweet appeared only with Associated Press. It was not mentioned, it was not published in any other media, no other channel at all of Associated Press, only on Twitter. And this was before Twitter had two-factor authentication, so you can probably guess where I'm going with this. And this is the Dow Jones Index that day. You can see in the morning that, Dow is going up, and it's pretty good. It looks like a good day. And you can probably spot the location where suddenly AP tweets that there has been explosions and the president is injured. Now, that drop in the Dow Jones Index was $136.5 billion in worth. That's a lot of money. And they had to stop trading to figure out, what the hell is this message from AP about? And of course, yep, this is not for real. And they could reestablish trading, and everything went smoothly, at least it looks like that, the rest of the way. And this happened because Jeremy Gosney is in the house. The man, the legend. Hi, Jeremy. Hey, buddy. Hi. Hi, baby doll. Hi, family. I just started talking, waiting for you, Jeremy. I'm just filling in with some crap. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Just shit. The point is here, AP got phished. 2 or 3, maybe 4 people at AP got an email. They clicked the link. One of them was tricked into giving away username and password for the AP Twitter account. And it was actually the Syrian Electronic Army who claimed to have done this. They have ceased to exist, I think. I don't know if they're dead. But they did a lot of really interesting hacks back in the days. And I say that, well, the value of a single password is $136.5 billion in worst case. Even more fun, I said this one earlier today, but here's the graphical explanation. Operation Face Factor. 5,000 photos of people, and also we knew their passwords, and we decided to stuff it into a database and analyze the data. So me and my friend, we looked at gender. We categorized by whether the people were wearing glasses in the pictures or not. The pictures were pictures from access cards, physical access cards. We also categorized by hair color, saying, well, there's no hair present. It could be blonde, super blonde, brunette, redhead, black, or silver fox. You probably understand what I mean by that. And of course, you can also have facial hair. So we said, well, there's no facial hair. There's the mustache, the small beard, the full beard. And looking at these pictures, we had to define the category of Unix guru. I don't have to explain that anymore. And we also had a category of porn donut. You probably know what that is as well.
No, we don't.
Yeah, the very short one around your mouth. That's the porn donut. That's like back in the 80s and watching American crime on TV, I guess.
That's the porn stash.
That porn stash, okay, porn stash, okay. So we did this, stuffed it into the database, then we could do the queries. And what we did, well, we found that women prefer length. On average, women had longer passwords than men. And we also found that men prefer higher variety or character entropy. They used more different letters from the alphabet and special characters in the passwords. And we also found that Unix gurus have the absolutely worst passwords. Now, I know what company this is about because, you know, I was doing pen testing for them. So I know sort of the reasoning behind this as well. IT services company, perhaps. But it was a lot of fun. Now, the crazy thing about this, because this is, you know, me and a friend of mine doing this while we're partially drunk, and we thought this was incredibly funny. But I presented this in many, many talks, and one day, BBC News decided to do an article about that. And if you go online and Google search, I mean, you can't see it there too easy here, but you can find the original article from BBC News where they are basically saying that women prefer longer passwords, or women prefer length. And as you just heard from the male audience in here as well, laughing, I remember when that article was published from BBC News, you know, reading the comments for that article was kind of crazy. Did you, BBC News, just write that women prefer length and that is now scientifically, statistically proven? That's interesting. And I have talked to people that are really good in statistics, and they say, well, if you have a selection of 5,000 people and you can say that based on that, women prefer length, then you are correct about the entire population on planet Earth until somebody can prove you wrong. So, kind of funny. But you're going to have other interests in life than passwords. So I also take a huge interest in PIN codes as well. And back in fall of 2013, I went to a local school in Bergen, my hometown, and did a talk about, well, passwords, obviously. And I asked the girls and the boys in the room to write down a 4-digit PIN that they were absolutely sure they could remember in a month if I were to return and ask them, do you remember your PIN code? 4-digit PIN. Now, any wild guesses on, you know, the choice of PIN code? Birthdays, yeah. Well, I can reveal that the girls, the most popular PIN code selected by the girls was 1996. And that's their year of birth. I can also reveal to you that among the boys, 1996 was the second most popular PIN code. But which 4-digit PIN code was the most commonly selected PIN code among 17-year-old boys? This audience test never fails. If there are men responding first, it's going to be 69, 69, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Thus proving the, you know, superior intelligence of men. And even funnier, if there is a woman responding first, she will also say 69, 69, or 1, 2, 3, 4, thus proving that women actually understand men. But the thing is, the most selected PIN code among these boys was 1337. Now the fun thing here is, with this audience, at that school, when I said, how many of you selected 1337? a few of these boys, they just went like, yeah, dude, whoa, whoa. And all the girls in the room, they were just like, what happened now? Because there was no women, no girls in here that selected 1337. Now, what is 1337? Hands up. Any women? Cecilia knows. You know? Yep. So you read the numbers as letters. That means L-E-E-T, LEET, short for elite. If you play computer games, you play against somebody else, they are really good, end a round of World of Warcraft or Call of Duty or whatever, you will type in 1337 saying like, whoa, you're really good. When I explained that in this audience with these students, all the girls, no exceptions, oh God. And then I went to the university in Trondheim in Norway, a little bit further up north. Now we're talking students, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old. And I also showed this. And there was one woman in the room that raised her hand and said, yep, I picked 1337. And obviously I ran up to her like, wow, you could be the girl of my dreams. I just got to make sure, you know, do you play computer games? Because that's sort of, well, something that I do still at age 50. And she said, no, I don't. But I do have male friends that play computer games, but I don't. Okay, well, shit. That's too bad. But why did you select 1337? And her response was, well, my postal address just outside the capital of Oslo is 1337. And obviously, all the male students were just like, okay, I know I'm moving. So a bit of fun statistics and surveys for you. But again, this also proves something that I've been saying for many, many, many years. We are incredibly predictable when it comes to our choice in passwords and PIN codes. And who you are, your interests, your gender, your age, your parents, your family, wherever you work, the stuff that you have in your office cubicle will most probably be association elements for your password. So here's also something that I did several years ago. This is Marte Løge. She was a master thesis student. And she got an assignment from me. I was co-supervisor. Look into how people pick their lock patterns, Android lock patterns. And she did. She also spoke about this here at PasswordsCon. She also did a talk at DEF CON about this. She discovered that, well, at least 10% of us will just do a simple English alphabet letter when you select an Android lock pattern. She got the best possible score for a master thesis. She got lots of questions and fantastic feedback at DEF CON. And even better, in my opinion, a couple of years after she finished, graduated, and delivered her master thesis, she got an email from the police in one country somewhere in Europe, and they said, thank you for that research, because that actually enabled them to get into a phone that they were not able to get into otherwise, and finding pictures revealing information related to abuse and a murder in a close relationship. So I'm not doing this just for the fun of it. This is lots of serious stuff. And then Steve Jobs came on stage and introduced the iPhone 5S with the Touch ID. And somebody tweeted a picture that, you know, summarizes my opinion on biometric security in the one single picture. That's my opinion on biometric security. in almost all cases, biometric security is not biometric security, it is biometric usability. It increases usability by a lot. I use biometrics myself on my iPhone, but I could just swipe left or right and have a go at your PIN code in any case. So if you want to have good security on your iPhone or your Android device, you need a really strong PIN, even if you are using biometrics. Otherwise, it will be easy for me to get into your phone. And also when people got hold of their iPhone 5S, there were some guys in Japan doing this video, because you don't really need to use your finger. Any part of your skin that has wrinkles can be used. So if you want to, before going to DEF CON, and you're afraid somebody is going to steal your fingerprints and your phone, don't use your finger, use another part of your body. So I like to troll people. And with CISO at another company back home in Norway, I'm having a little bit of fun. I don't know how this started, but what we do is every time there is a leak or some company, especially in Norway, is getting hacked, I say it's because of passwords. There's a shitty password, there's a default password, there's lack of two-factor authentication, there's something related to passwords that essentially made them get hacked. And he says it cannot be that bad, it cannot be happening that often, it's 0 days, it's Russian intelligence services that are using advanced hackers and everything, and I say, no, you can hack pretty much anyone using simple pins or passwords. And whenever I'm right, the problem is password related. And we're on video, so I can't really play sound here. Let's try. He needs to watch BG's You Win Again end to end on YouTube. And whenever he wins, because somebody got hacked and it was not because of bad passwords, I have to listen to Shaggy, It Wasn't Me. I have watched that video, I don't know, maybe 2 times, and he seriously fucking hates the BGs. And he does this every time, the entire music video on YouTube, BG's You Win Again. So here he is in Romania, because he was traveling, and suddenly I had to send him the link to the video, and he just knew that, oh shit, it happened again. So that's my short fun talk. And now the man, the legend himself, passwords but make it nihilism, Jeremy Gosney.
How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
It's been like, what, 3 years, 4 years?
6.
Oh, shit, right, because of Trump, yeah.
One president and 1 pandemic, and I'm not sure what was the worst part.
I've had 3 kids in that amount of time, man. It's crazy. All right. No one give me COVID. All right. So, as Per said, I'm Jeremy Gosney, and I'm here to tell you that you all fucking suck at threat modeling passwords. We've been doing it wrong for years. Please get your flamethrowers ready. Actually, what we're going to do, don't just take my word for it. We're going to walk through it together. We're going to threat model password security right here, right now, and you're going to see that it's all bullshit. We've been doing it wrong the entire time. So I've been getting looped into Twitter threads for the past, I don't know, what, 7 years? People like crying about like, oh, this site only accepts a maximum of 16 passwords. Can you believe it? Oh, hashtag password too strong and shit like that. So I'm not going to say I'm tired of it, but my wife will tell you when I get drawn into these Twitter threads, I sigh. And she's like, what Twitter drama is it now? Like nothing, like, so-and-so is pulling me into some bullshit on Twitter and I got to, set them straight. But let's just back up a minute. So I used to say, and I've been quoted saying this, I'm in like Adam Shostak's book on threat modeling saying this, that password hashing is an insurance policy. And I thought this was really clever when I came up with this. I said that password hashing is an insurance policy that an organization is essentially buying to buy themselves time in the event of a breach to notify users, and then to notify users, so they can change their passwords before that they're exploiting other sites. And then when we also talk about password threat modeling, we talk about how the threat modeling for user password creation should assume that every site stores their passwords in plain text, right? So these two threat models are kind of at odds with each other. So, and you have to forgive me, I don't actually have a talk actually prepared. These are just a bunch of notes. So,
you have a visitor, Jeremy.
do I have a what?
You have a visitor.
Oh,
This is not a speaker request. This is just me being very glad that you're here. So
I appreciate you.
You would?
What is it?
this
Scotch?
acceptable?
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that's acceptable.
All right.
All right.
We want the talk.
That's how you do a talk.
We want the talk extra spicy. So.
I appreciate that. Well, fucking cheers, you guys. Yeah. So for those that don't know, I didn't think I was gonna make it this year. Been like really financially strapped with the demise of TerraHash. If anyone's followed that bullshit. But someone stepped up and said like, no, you guys have to fucking come to Vegas. So they sponsored our trip. I just drove from Texas with my wife and 4 children. We've been in the car for 4 days together. We just got here an hour ago. So yeah, it's been a stressful 4 days. So cheers, y'all. Whew. That's the first shot I've taken in 3 years. Goddamn. All right. So why does it taste like pork? Was that bacon scotch? Whew. Fuck, man. All right. So where even were we? All right. So no. Anyway, like I was saying, I didn't think we were going to make it. So I kind of stopped working on this talk. This talk was just like a seed. And then I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to make it. So I didn't actually develop it. So I just got a bunch of notes here. So, anyway, so yeah. I used to say that the threat model for password security on an organization side starts with the password database being compromised, up to and including physical theft. Like that's where the threat model starts, is password database is compromised. On the user side, we assume that the service provider is storing the passwords in plain text, right? So that's where we've kind of assumed that the threat models were for the past, I don't know what, decade or so. But things are a little bit different now, right? So password hashing was invented on multi-tenant Unix systems, right? Where you could just run git ent and get everyone's passwords for all the users. And even then, you can still get everyone's, even with password hashing, with the invention of Descrypt, you can still get people's Descrypt encrypted passwords for everyone on the network. We don't have that problem anymore. We don't really have, too many enterprise multi-tenant environments where there's multiple users with the same shell to the same system, right? Even in a hosting context, we have virtual machines or containers or something. At that point, we have some kind of isolation, right? You're not going to jump onto some cloud provider and run git ent password and see all the other users for EC2 on the machine. It doesn't work like that anymore. It's the same thing with like the way that we kind of assume for password hashing that sites are designed, that websites are designed, the services are designed. When we talk about, a vulnerability in a web app can compromise, the database, like, yes, it absolutely can. But, we're kind of thinking of more of an old monolithic model, not a modern day, like, modern web app, cloud native microservices type architecture, distributed, usually with a hosted database or something like, DynamoDB or Redis or something like that, right? So, what I want to do is, this is going to involve everybody. Where's Pear? Do you have something to write with, including a computer to type on? Okay, we're gonna take notes here.
This is freaking social engineering. You want
It is. All right. Does this type in English?
I've said it to Russian Cyrillic, but whatever we want. So.
Word is perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, word perfect, right? Control N. That works. Okay, so.
There you go.
I'm going to go first. We're going to re-threat model passwords right here on the spot. I've already done this. I want to see if us as a group come up with the same thing. So, physical theft. What are our threat vectors for password database being physical theft? Anybody? Shout it out. What's that? No. We're talking about the threat itself, the threat modeling. Assuming the crowd knows how to threat model. We're talking about we're enumerating the threats right now. So let's say physical threat. The first that we have. That's perfect. Yes. So we have a malicious insider. We actually had this at a company I worked for, where I was the director of information security. We had an employee who would replace a hard disk in a RAID 5 array, one disk every month, to rebuild the array, taking the old perfectly good drive so he could reassemble the RAID array at home. Stole an entire database, right? So. All right, so let's, where is left? Go to left. Yeah. Computer left. I don't know, fuck it. All right, whatever. So, physical theft. That's a new page. Whatever, fuck it. All right, so we have malicious insider, right? And that could be self-hosted or a colo provider, right? Where the hell's the dash? All right, I'm just gonna hit equals. Oh, that's a 0, whatever. Okay, what about in the cloud where we have shared databases, right? We can have an employee who has access to the hosted database as well, right? So let's say hosted, right? Okay, so taking a step up from physical theft, what's another threat that we're combating against with passwords? We have to combat against with passwords. What's another threat to passwords? Okay, online brute force, right? Where we have a login on a web page and a user is trying something like Hydra, right? To enumerate username and passwords. So we'll say online brute. Okay, what's another threat in our threat? Malware? Okay, keyloggers, like it, I love it. Okay. Well, I heard two different things at once and I'm deaf in both ears. Oh, like SQL injection, you mean? Okay. Great. Not great. Okay, and what did you say? Phishing. Okay. What else do we have in our threat model? What was it? Oh, rubber hose technique. For those who don't know, I was a 97 Echo in the Army. That was interrogator, so I love it. All right. Backups, that's great. I'm actually going to put that up here with physical theft. Karen wrote her password and put it under her computer. Goddamn right she did, Karen. That's also physical theft, because that's going to go, yeah. So, yeah, I was going to put sticky note, but post it. We'll use the copyrighted term. All right. How about remote code injection? We have a legitimate flaw in the application where we're actually executing RCE and we have access so we can read the databases, right? Okay, I will allow it. This is a good list. What was that? Okay, I like that one. That's thinking outside the box. Was that Jim Fenton that said that? Holy shit, sir, how are you? Call me a fucking legend. There's Jim Fenton right there. Okay. What else do we have in our threat model for passwords?
Default passwords?
Default passwords.
Except in California.
Oh. Someone laughed. Do you guys know what Prop 6 is? In California, you have to disclose what causes cancer. So, it was, oh, 6, oh, I'm sorry. It's that bacon scotch. Forgetting numbers. Okay. Is there any, oh, yes, sir.
The service just sells your password.
You know what? I'm laughing, but I can see where that is something that's plausible because they sell everything else about us, right? Any other identifiable information they sell. So why the fuck not sell our passwords as well? I would buy them.
It's called threat intelligence these days.
Okay. Can anyone else think of any other threat in our threat model for password security? Any other threats to passwords?
Malicious VPN.
Okay, I'm just going to put that under a generic man in the middles. Does that work?
Yeah.
You like it? Yeah. Awesome. Weak encryption. I'm gonna lump that under man in the middle, because in order to exploit, are you talking in transit or at rest? So if it's at rest, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's covered by things like RCE and physical theft. And if it's in transit, I'm gonna lump that under man in the middle. Are we good with that? Okay. This is democracy in action. Okay. Yes, sir.
I find passwords in the Active Directory comment field for user, where it says this user has this password updated.
Do people do that?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Uh-oh. Are you getting unruly? Oh, come here, little man. This is my 2-year-old Malachi. Everyone say hi, Malachi. Malachi doesn't like passwords because it prevents him from watching YouTube. Can you say hi? Yeah, I love it. Hard-coded password. Yeah, but no, he's right. So, I'm going to say that hard-coded passwords are slightly different than default passwords because a user is aware of a default password, right? But a user may not be aware of a hard-coded password. And we see that time and time again, especially with network devices. Cisco, Juniper, they love hard-coded backdoor passwords, don't they? So I'm going to go ahead and say hard code. Okay. Anything else in our threat model before we go through these? I'll allow it. I'll allow side channels. If I can spell it. You see a rainbow? Yeah. Whoa, shit. Is it right there? Yeah, there it is. That's for adults, though, buddy. That's a daddy beverage. Okay. I know it is a rainbow. It's a beautiful cup. Okay. All right. Shoulder surfing? You know what? I will allow that, too. I'm going to put that under physical. How physical you have to be to shoulder surf depends on the user. Okay. One more. What? Oh, hold on. We'll look at the rainbow. What was that?
Password made by users. They use this shit.
Okay, so let's. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So the password is cracked, probably on another site, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say that that's covered by password reuse in the event that the password is breached on another site and cracked, and then credential stuffed, right? And then for ones that aren't, I'm going to say that's covered by online brute force, right? Is that fair? Is there anything I'm missing there? I'm just being fair. I may be missing something. This bacon scotch is fucking with me. Yes, sir. A tempest attack. Whoo! Okay, does everyone know what a tempest attack is? All right, thank God. All right. It's a side channel. That's actually what I was going to. You are correct, but side channel, sir. Oh, yes, sir, in the back. What is it? A candy bar? Like you give him a candy bar for the password? Yeah, no, I'm going to put that under phishing, or social engineering or something there. I like it though. I like it. Yeah. And there's also we had this one here too, right? The buying the passwords, right, or selling the passwords. Buddy, I'm gonna have to hide this from you. Okay. All right. All right. So, is everyone comfortable with the threats in our threat model? We got all the possible threats to password security. All right. Here's what we're gonna do, and you're not gonna be happy about this. Put on a helmet because I'm about to blow your mind. Okay. Now, for the physical threats, right? Because remember, I even said, I'm in fucking like ink in a book saying that password security starts with, you know, with the password database being compromised. That's where the threat model starts. And I'm telling you I was wrong. Tell me where length and complexity will defend against any of these. Who can think of one scenario for physical theft where length and complexity matter? Oh, shoulder surfing. Clever. So you know what? I'm going to put an X next to that one. Potentially, yes. If you're trying to shoulder surf someone and they have a ridiculous fucking god-awful fuck you password, you'd have to be like Rain Man to pick that shit up, right? So
They are recording it, so it's still.
that's true. They got the unified camera in the corner recording it. So, but you're right. You are right. That is a potential mitigation for shoulder surfing. Is make your password so complex no one could possibly shoulder surf it. So I like that. All right. I will accept that. Okay. Now let's go down to online brute force. Now keep in mind, hey, have any of you actually performed online brute force? Okay. How fast did it go? Slow. Extremely slow, right? Okay. So in order to make online brute force practical, you pretty much have to have a botnet or some sort of distributed infrastructure. And that's assuming they don't do rate limiting or account lockout, right? If they do rate limiting, now you have to also have like, you know, a different IP address trying like, you know, a handful of attempts to try to slide under the radar, right? It's not easy to do online brute force. Your guesses for online brute force have to be highly targeted, right? So I'm going to argue that length and complexity are rather irrelevant for online brute force, because for online brute force, you're either trying a credential list or something really, really fucking dumb like company name 1, summer 2022, right? Does everyone agree with that? If you even have a moderately complex password, it's probably not going to get cracked by online brute force. Okay? Keyloggers. Does length and complexity defend against keyloggers in any capacity? You want to do what? I can't hear you talking to my good ear. Oh, I'm right here. You want to see me? I'm right here. Hi. Oh, you want to see this? Oh, no. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, brother. Oh, you found the rainbow cup. Oh. Toddlers will get into anything. All right. You do? All right, here. You show me. You show me. Yeah, no, that's not okay. Okay. Okay, buddy. All right. All right, SQL injection. So, I'm going to go ahead and start by prefacing this saying that modern web app frameworks have made SQL injection less and less prevalent. Does anyone here do pen tests like daily? How often do you find SQL injection now compared to 5 years ago? More and more rare, right? In fact, on the OWASP top 10, it's fallen from number 1, where it sat for fucking ever, to number 3, right? And it's not even just SQL injection, that's all injections. They finally woke up and lumped all injection attacks together because they basically are the same fucking attack. You're just injecting different things, right? I might be injecting fucking PHP in this attack, or injecting, you know, SQL in this attack, but it's all fucking injection. You know, even cross-site scripting is just, you know, JavaScript or HTML injection, right? So they lumped all injection together, and it's fallen to number 3. So modern web app frameworks are, it's not obsolete, don't get me wrong. It's just harder to fuck up and code SQL injection today than it was 5 years ago. And OWASP has shown this. It's fallen from number 1 to number 3, right? And I'm also going to say, too, with today's distributed architecture, these servers handling the web app processing may not, and in fact likely are not, the same ones that handle authentication, depending on the size and complexity of the app. When we as cryptographers or password geeks think about this, we think of a monolithic application running on one server. But that just really isn't the truth, especially for anything even remotely complex these days. You want to see Blue? Who's Blue? Right here? Lord, child. Okay. No, Bubs. No. Hey, do you want to watch YouTube? Do you want to watch dinosaurs? You want to watch dinosaurs? Did you see your mom? Did you see mommy? Go get dinosaurs. Run. He looks just like me, doesn't he? All right. So, keeping the things I just said in mind, SQL injection may or may not yield password hashes, or it may yield only password hashes, right, and not the user's data that's part of the application, or it may yield everything, right? Not just the password hashes, but all the data that the user has stored in the application, thus making the password hashes less attractive because you already have all the data that's inside the app in the database, right? So it's basically 3 different vectors here for SQL injection. We have SQL injection. Why is there no dash on your keyboard? Where do you hide? Which region? Where's the dash? How can I do SQL injection without a dash?
English, but still.
Oh, it's down there.
Oh, well, now it's American, so now you got there.
That's what I was hitting before, and it kept giving me zeros. Okay. All right. Thank you, Per.
Now you have the US layout. But
I love you, buddy. Okay. So we have SQL injection with hashes. And I'm going to say SQLi with hashes plus. You said it was the American layout. This is not the freedom layout. All right, with user data, right? And we have SQLi. What did I say? Without hashes, but with data. All right, so in the event of SQL injection with hashes, there is a chance, of course, that length and complexity could, in fact, mitigate this attack, right? So we'll put an X there. In this scenario, where we have both the hashes and the user data, it does fuck all nothing for the most part, right? And then without hashes, but with data, of course, it doesn't matter if you have length and complexity because all the data's been compromised. We don't even have hashes to crack, all right? All right, phishing. Does length and complexity matter for phishing? No. Rubber hose. No, absolutely not. Okay, remote code injection. Nearly, plausible deniability. All right, you know what? I'll allow it. I'm going to put 1/. That's half an X for plausible deniability. Where you're going with that, though, is kind of where I'm going with this. So, yeah, so I'm giving half a slash. But no, you're right, but that's kind of where I'm going. Okay, so remote code execution. If you have RCE on a system, in that case, like that goes back to what my original threat model was, right? Where password hashing becomes the insurance policy, right? Where now we're trying to, have a strong password hashing algorithm to buy time for us to notify or identify the breach, contain the breach, notify users, and users have time to be notified and update their passwords and shit like that, right? But if you have RCE on a box, you can just attach to the process and read the passwords in plain text as they're being submitted, right? You can sniff them from memory. You can scrape them from memory. Or you can sniff them over the wire. You know, like there's a lot of different vectors here that password hashing just doesn't defend against, right? So for the most part, if someone has arbitrary code execution, length and complexity don't defend against that in any way. Password reuse. Does length and complexity defend or mitigate against password reuse? No. Oh.
Because if passwords are short, chances are you're going to reuse it more.
Oh. Okay, so you're getting psychological now. No, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so users who are inclined to create short passwords are also therefore more likely to be the users who use that same password everywhere. That's the argument.
When you force them to make longer passwords, you may force them to be more creative. But because of complexity.
I will accept that argument. I will counter-argue that what happens in reality is you end up with password bang Facebook, password bang Twitter. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and Pear's done a lot of research in that regard as well, and I think you'd agree with that it tends to be, you're still reusing the same password, you just have your own password system. You know what I'm saying? The people who have their little systems for their passwords, so it's really just the same fucking password, you just put some different bullshit on the end for each service.
This is Cecilia who replaced you this morning, and she talked about...
Oh, you were my replacement?
I have a system.
Hi, replacement buddy. I read that and it was like, Jeremy will be missed. And I'm like, I'm right here. I'm not dead yet. Still have 1,600 miles to go. All right, no, that was really funny. Nice to meet you. Okay. Oh, it's going dark on me. Okay. So, I'm going to put a question mark here for debatable. All right, supply chain. We have some piece of malware that's been slipped in upstream, and we don't know about it. Now it's scraping our users' passwords, which length and complexity doesn't fucking defend against, does it? All right, default passwords. Length and complexity doesn't fucking defend. The service provider's selling your passwords because why the fuck wouldn't they when they sell everything else? Doesn't defend. Man in the middle. It doesn't defend. Hard-coded passwords. That's a little bit different because the user didn't select that password, right? But like, let's say we're talking about a system with like, you set the world's most longest and complex password for the root password, and you're like, haha, no one can get in. But then someone's like, Cisco123, and they get in, right? You know, so yeah. No, totally. I mean, yeah, like, it didn't defend against that, did it? Side channels, maybe. I'm going to say that length and complexity could maybe defend against a side channel. Maybe. Depending on how reliable the side channel is. If it's a flaky side channel, a shorter password probably has more of a chance to be caught than a longer password, right? So, maybe. That was it. That was everything we came up with, okay? Now, we have the threats, and we have the risks, and we have the mitigations. Out of all of these things, does length and complexity matter? What is the one thing that will defend against all of this? Can anybody name it? Okay, the second thing. Unique passwords. Unique. My proposal now is that the only fucking thing that matters with regards to password security is not length, not complexity, not anything else, not emojis, not any of this other shit, not even the underlying password hashing function. Because again, as a user, our threat model assumes that the service provider is storing the passwords in plain text, right? So, I propose that the new threat model for password security is that the only one thing that matters is uniqueness. You want to sit on a table? Oh, thank you, brother. You're the best. Oh, that's really cold. That's really good, man. Give that kid a raise. Okay. So,
So if unique is implemented right now,
Uh-huh.
and we try to log in with all the accounts and using the password key, get in at some point because some user used A and the rest uses before.
Okay, so let's break down that scenario, okay? So this scenario is, let's say we have a way to crack or gain access to a person's password and we log into the server.
So everybody in the organization, let's say it's an email to log into it. So we just type in AAA, AAB, ANC, and try with one password that we have found that we want to use, summer 2020.
Sure, right.
Right? And at some point, we will hit a user who has selected that one, which is a unique password that's never been used before, but we get it. We're going to try on all users.
Okay, congratulations, you've gotten one user out of all my users. Right. So even with, and I'm gonna address something that we also don't really talk about in the password space. Password strength is an unsolved problem. We have not solved the problem of how to measure password strength, how to measure how strong a password is. We already know that Shannon entropy is bullshit, right? We're not creating encryption keys. Oh, it's fine. Let it die. Let it die. Shh. No, we're not creating. Shannon entropy has nothing to do with passwords. We typically measure passwords in terms of key space, but even then, key space is irrelevant if the key space is 1 because it's in our fucking dictionary, right? So we have yet, as of 2022, this is like a fucking Millennium Prize problem, is how to measure the strength of and security of a user-created password. A machine-created password is easy. We can do easy math on that, assuming the source of random is sufficiently random, which, where's the scotch? But, you know, but as far as a user-created string, we have no way of measuring. There's been some really novel approaches, some really cool shit's been done in this space, but none of it's really actually solved that problem. So even if you try to implement some kind of control, you know, to defend against the creative user who creates a, you know, variation of summer 22 that bypasses all the complexity checks and meets the minimum length requirements, right? Like, there has to be some kind of margin of error for human stupidity and human creativity because password strength is an unsolved problem. Now, the best way to solve that is to get rid of passwords, which FIDO2 is pretty well poised to do that. Thank you, Water Fairy. Okay, so do you agree? No? No? All right, one to center. All right, does anyone else have a rebuttal? Go ahead.
We don't have any requirements that the passwords will be bad enough so online guessing will be feasible.
Okay, so let's talk about, so when I say the only thing that matters is uniqueness, right? So what I'm saying, what I'm proposing is that shifts the threat model for users to basically just be password managers, right? Where we have a password manager creating a unique password for each one of our sites and services. So we don't have users creating passwords. We have unique passwords that are being generated and created for every service, right? So does that clarify that? So we don't have users really creating dumb passwords. I think that addresses both things. So, because that's the path to unique, right? The path to unique is to remove humans and our dumb, squishy, predictable brains from the password creation process entirely. Yes, sir. It fucking doesn't. So you're right, it doesn't defend against all of them. But that was also a really unique one that I hadn't considered. But it's also highly plausible. So, oh, the question was, how does having a unique password defend against a service provider who's actually selling your passwords? You know, and when I first went through this threat model by myself, I had not considered that. That was not in my threat model, but I think it's highly plausible because again, they sell everything else about us. Why would they not sell passwords? And people like me would buy them. I fucking wouldn't heartbeat. If fucking Twitter put up a thing like, you know, to the ad networks, to like, you know, the ad partners being like, this data set includes, you know, username, email address, plain text password, fucking sold. Take out a second mortgage. Am I wrong? No. So hit me up, Twitter.
They'll probably bury it in a new EULA now.
They will. Exactly. You as a user won't have any fucking clue. Yes, sir. No, one account, one password, right? So each and every account that you have, you create a new password for, and the only way to do that is essentially with a password manager to manage all that for you. No. There's no reason to change your password if you don't suspect it's been compromised, right? And as we went through the threat model, the threats of compromising the password, a lot of those things, the password itself is irrelevant, right? So changing isn't going to do anything for 90% of the things in the threat model. Of course. Good. That's right, you can. Yes, it's like your own little canary. So basically what he said is if you're using a unique username and a unique password, like for each site and service, you now know who gets breached based on what spam you receive at different email addresses, right? Or what if you get blackmail attempts or things like that, right? You fucking know because you're only using one set of credentials for one site or service. It's like your own little canary out there. So, all right. Does anyone have anything else? No? Oh.
Another password to manage your password manager.
You do. So I'm gonna very, very quickly address this because this is shit that I put out on Twitter like 25 times a month to where I'm blue in the fucking face and like, you're right. So you have your password manager, which generates all your passwords for you except for your master password for your password manager, in which case you have to commit that to memory, right? And that's most of the grievance of people on Twitter who are like, it only allows 30 characters for my password. Holy shit, how insecure. Like, unless you have to create a password, you have to commit a memory for that site and service. It doesn't fucking matter. Your password only has to be the 12 or 13 characters long for me not to crack it, right? So then for your master password, right, your password manager is employing a proper key derivation function that is slow as fucking shit, and I'm not going to be able to try, my usual, 750 billion guesses per second against your master password. I'm just not, without incurring massive expense. And are you worth it? Do I want to expend that kind of, capital just to crack your password? Are you important enough for that? Like, I'm not demeaning you, good sir. I'm sure you're perfectly upstanding human being. I love your smile, but I'm not going to drop $5 million to crack your password. I'm not. Fuck you. So, yeah, for your password manager master password, which employs a proper key derivation function, you don't have to have anything that strong. Even a 7-character random password, which is easy to remember, will be pretty fucking secure. If it's hashed with like, Argon 2 with an insanely high number to where your, runtime is like, greater than 1,000 milliseconds, right? So it's simple stuff. Once you bring it down to this level, password security becomes fucking easy, Like it's like, mom and dad can do it type shit. All right, one more thing, and then I'm going to concede the mic to the people who want to clear the room. How will an HSM factor into this? So, on a service, are you talking about a user level or at a organization level? On a user level, I would say an HSM wouldn't play much of a difference, but on a service provider level, assuming you have good secrets management, right, for the HSM, like you don't even have to do expensive password hashing in that case. You can just do an HMAC with a key that's stored in the HSM. And it doesn't matter if the password hashes are leaked because I don't have the fucking key in the HSM, right? So I'm never going to crack those passwords. Does that answer your question? Awesome. All right. So since no one else has any strong disagreements, I'm going to say I win. All right. Thank you, guys. Good to see everybody again after 3 years.
And I'm really not sure what to say now. It's like, Jeremy,
You don't disagree with me.
Yeah, but I really enjoy doing this conference, and suddenly I don't see the point anymore. It's.
Thank you, passwords, but make it nihilism. Now you understand the title.
Jim, I need some help here. Tell me, why should I continue to do PasswordsCon? Because it seems pointless now. Thank you, Jeremy. I have no further questions for this one. Absolutely awesome. Obviously, you will stay around today and for a few more days as well, or?
I'll be here till Monday or Monday.
Hit him up and try to find some more arguments so we can continue to do PasswordsCon. That was the end of PasswordsCon for this round. Thank you all for coming to PasswordsCon. I love doing this. It is wonderful to be back in Vegas. For me, it's been 6 years since the last time I was here. I'm already looking forward to come back next year. And I hope you enjoy the rest of BSides and also attend the pool party today. And see you around. I will also be at DEF CON. Specifically, I'm doing a talk at the Crypto and Privacy Village on Friday called ID Theft Insurance, the Emperor's New Clothing. So maybe I will see you there. And until then, thank you to everyone, to the volunteers, to all the staff of BSides, to everyone that has helped us out, and most importantly, all of you being here. Thank you. Hey, yeah.
Next speaker, are you the room host?
No, I'm not the room host.
Oh,
Yeah, so
said you were the room host.
yeah,
Sorry
so
about that.
yeah, we have been doing PasswordsCon here, and since we dropped the last talk of PasswordsCon, I've been told that another track is moving into here. So yeah,
Oh,
that's for you now. Yeah.
thank you.
So hopefully the stream is going to continue. The three people who are here, actually, thanks for coming. I'm T Profit, and I did something a little bit crazy, and I think that probably I shouldn't be the only person to do the same crazy things. So that's what I'm going to share with everybody today. Why you should move to an exclave, and we'll see if my clicker works. Does it work? Is it working? Yes, no, maybe? Clicker's not working. Oh, well. So this is the house that I used to live in, and it's in a gritty industrial suburb of Seattle called Renton. If you've flown on a Boeing 737, it was built in this town. There's a big Boeing factory, and the other thing that it's best known for is a very noisy chunk of well-used 405 freeway called the Renton S-curves, which I lived just above. And so in 2020, I was living in 1,000 square feet of house, working from home. I had a view of the freeway all day, And, you know, the house is built in 1943. It was never built very well because it was built for Boeing workers during the war, and it was intended to be temporary housing, and then it just kind of ended up being, you know, a multi-generational home. And the thing always needed work, and it was drafty in the winter, and I just wasn't really happy living there, especially in the middle of a pandemic, because, you know, the walls kind of close in on you when you're living in a pandemic, right? We all experience that. So one day I asked myself, just what in the heck am I doing with my life? I work remote. I can live anywhere that I want to in the US. I could live in other countries even. I could even live in really unusual or remote places. And, you know, I kind of weighed moving some of the places that I'd always dreamed about, because we always dream about maybe living in a tropical paradise in Hawaii or something along those lines. But that's not very practical for me. My family lives in the Seattle area, and I like to travel, and I like the amenities of a city, honestly. So given all of that, what should I do? And what I ended up doing is remembering that this little corner that's circled in red exists. It's in the Lower Mainland area, which is the greater Vancouver, BC area, but it hangs just underneath the border. When they drew the border, the 49th parallel is how it was demarcated between the United States and the British territories, which are now known as Canada. And this little 5 square mile chunk was left hanging down there. And I went and started looking at real estate. And honestly, this place is one of the most unusual and beautiful places in the world. The sunsets really do look like this. There's no filter on this at all. I just took that on my cell phone. And you get to experience that almost every day. It's really clear because it's in a rain shadow. Highly unusual for the Pacific Northwest. And if you work with me, you'll know this. I literally join my meetings from the beach because there's 4 wonderful beach parks. So I can just basically walk from my house, taking my meetings remotely, and hang out on the beach while I do this. I mean, your company culture may vary. You might not be allowed to work remotely, or you know, your coworkers might be jealous if you check in from the beach. Nobody minds. I get to do that. That's just kind of what I like to do. Canada's literally across the street. If you look at the picture on the left, that's looking from the Canadian side into the United States. Oh my goodness. Now, that better not be a Lefroy 25 bottle with Malort inside. You guys really got me that? Not everything. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll take a drink out of that, but, like, yeah, definitely, like, keep the bottle to yourselves. So, BSides Las Vegas, for those of you who don't know this, you can make as a speaker what they call an outrageous request. And so I made an absolutely outrageous request for a bottle of Lefroy 25. Now, that bottle of scotch, if there really is Lefroy 25 inside it, is a $550 bottle of scotch. And in no way did I expect BSides to honor that. You know, it was just a completely flippant, they said outrageous request, it was outrageous. So, and a bottle of this has just showed up, and I insist, like, do you drink scotch? I do. You must pour yourself some.
As a matter of fact, I have.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay, very good. Cheers. Oh my goodness, this is so good. You sure? Yeah. Oh wow, that is a wonderful, wonderful malt. I don't know if any of you drink scotch, but this is kind of one of the holy grails.
Pleasure.
Cheers. Wow. Okay, so this is something that I can't take to Canada because I'd have to pay duty, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. But Canada, as I was saying, is across the street. Now, on the left, that's looking from the Canadian side into Point Roberts. There's just a white sign that says, hey, this is the US. If you walk across here, you might get in trouble. The middle picture is looking at the exact same spot from the US side. And then all the way on the right, Canada's literally across the street. This is around 900 meters from my house. The houses on the right side of the street are in Canada. The road itself and the houses on the left side are in the United States. And that's basically what the border looks like. So very different experience than the US's southern border. I'm going to keep trying this and see if it does anything. It doesn't. Bought the cheapest clicker on Amazon, and sometimes it works. So low housing costs. So I'm totally doxing myself here. I've never given a talk with my real name in it. And now you're looking at a picture of my house. That's where I live on the left-hand side. It's literally $1 million less than in Canada to buy a home on Point Roberts. And this is why I was able to do it. I mean, Vancouver is one of the world's most expensive cities for housing. I think that only Hong Kong is more expensive. And I was able to get into a almost brand new 2017 built 4-bedroom home that's 1,900 square feet for $499. And at the rate that I financed at, that translates to a housing payment of around $1,900 a month, which is less than a 1-bedroom apartment in San Francisco. So, and actually less than a 1-bedroom apartment in many parts of Seattle. So, if you look at the right, that's a screen cap from Zillow, and it just shows the property valuations. The picture that I showed in the last image, where you saw Canada across the street from the U.S., this is an aerial view of that. And what you can see is that the numbers on the Canadian side are roughly $1 million more for almost exactly the same house on one side of the border versus the other. So it really is kind of a total hack. And most importantly, Jimbo Maidenbauer Meowser the First approves of the additional space. We were living on top of each other. He's a very active 2-year-old cat who loves to play and run around, and now he has 2 floors to do it. So when people say, did you buy the house for your cat? I'm like, I don't know. I guess for both of us. I do spoil him way too much. So you might wonder about taxes. You know, what's the tax situation if you're right next to Canada? Well, the tax situation is exactly the same as if you're in Washington State, because that's where you are. So it's legally the United States. Anybody can move there if you have the right to live in the U.S. With an asterisk next to it, and I'll get to that later. So there's no immigration formalities at all. It's legally the United States, so U.S. taxes apply if you are working for a U.S. company, if you can work remotely. Whatever tax rate you're paying, you would pay in Washington State. That's basically going to be what you will pay in Point Roberts. There is no state income tax in Washington, so that's pretty awesome. Whatcom County has lower property taxes than Central Puget Sound. So if you're from the Seattle area, or if you've been looking at the Seattle area as a potential place to move to, if you're in the Bay Area or LA, kind of hoping to get away from the high taxes in California, but still be on the West Coast, you're going to be way lower in property taxes living a little bit farther north. Car tabs are hundreds of dollars less expensive, and honestly, I feel like I'm getting away with something by living there. Just financially, it works out so much better. And Point Roberts itself is very stable and secure, and so that is a bit of a concern. Who has concerns over the current state of stability of the United States right now? Anybody? Given what's been going on politically, I mean, some of us feel fairly secure where we are. I've been all over the world, 76 countries and territories and counting, all 7 continents, and I know where things end up when they continue on the trajectory they have. And it turns into a lot of dysfunction, stuff like the power not staying on and water not being drinkable and that kind of thing. So for me, the fact that the power is provided by BC Hydro and marketed by Puget Sound Energy is a plus, because I feel like their ability to deliver reliable infrastructure over time is likely to be better. The water comes from the city of Vancouver. It's marketed by a local water district, but it's good quality water, and it's run by the city of Vancouver, where I expect that supply to continue and be reliable. It's very, very difficult for anybody with a criminal record to access Point Roberts. And so that's the thing to keep in mind is, even if you've got a DUI, that is something that is a really big problem to get through Canada. So the other thing that I think is an upside or a downside, depending on whether you like guns, I personally don't. I want nothing to do with them, and I don't want to own any. And I don't like being around them. Now, we all have different opinions on guns, but the discharge of a firearm is illegal on Point Roberts. There is no federal firearms dealer, so there's no way to get any really high-powered weapons over there. And you could really only bring them in on a boat, but then you're not allowed to shoot them. So it works out pretty well because the Canadians just don't want to have a whole lot of guns right next to their border. And most people on Point Roberts just really don't want a lot of gun activity. So effectively, they're illegal. Unfortunately, so is marijuana. So even though it's legal on both sides of the border, in Washington State and in BC, it's federally illegal in both countries to bring marijuana across a border. So it's until that stupidity ends, no weed. You can do CBD products, and some of those are Delta-9 and edibles. So if you enjoy the experience of cannabis, there's ways to get it legally. But the dispensaries that you can go to in Washington, there just aren't any on Point Roberts. Licensing is too complicated and expensive. It's too small a population to make it economic. And one thing with the security that I think is pretty awesome is it's so secure that it's rumored that the Federal Witness Protection Program shelters their most critical protectees in Point Roberts as well as some other locations around the country. Of course, I don't have any direct knowledge of this. It would be allegedly in a very well secured location, but that gives you an idea of the level of security of this place, right? I think it's probably one of the most secure communities in the U.S. And it's even YouTube famous. If you search for Point Roberts on YouTube, you'll find a couple of videos. One says that we're going to be sold to Canada. There's this Russian YouTuber who lives in Vancouver and did a semi-accurate video on the place. But it's starting to get some attention as well. But what about the border? Everybody asks about this because crossing borders is stressful. And what's it like to live in a place where if you want to go over to the mainland of the U.S., you're crossing 4 borders? That's real. And this place, that's our entry point, and I'm there a lot. Well, we all cross the border a lot, and the border guards are people that we get to know. They're all humans, and they know us. And so it's routine and it's usually fast once you, for one, know and follow the rules, because if you're not following rules, that's going to get you on the list of people that they look more closely at, and that's not something you want. So you do pay attention to the rules, present yourself as somebody who wants to follow them and intends to do so, and you will generally have a very smooth experience. Both Canada and the U.S. maintain border crossings at Point Roberts. Not all the exclaves do. There's not a formal border crossing at the Northwest Angle in Minnesota. You have to call in by video in both directions. And in Hyder, Alaska, which is one of the other U.S. exclaves, there's just no border checks at all going into the U.S. There is a border check going from back into BC from the Alaska side. And that's good for us because it means that Point Roberts is considered the United States, so you can order any of your online shopping and it's not subject to any sort of Canada customs. It gets kind of complicated, and also gas is sold at the same prices as it is in the U.S. If we didn't have that border, then probably the U.S. and Canada would have to agree that Point Roberts would be part of the Canadian customs zone, and so we'd be paying Canadian taxes for everything. And that is kind of the deal that Hyder, Alaska has, but there's hardly anything in Hyder, so it works for them. If you're going to go to the mainland U.S., as I mentioned before, you're crossing into Canada, driving across it, and then back into the U.S. And so this means that there are some border formalities. The app on the right-hand side that there's a screenshot of is called ArriveCan, and the Canadian government requires you to fill out this app every time that you cross their border. It was put in place for the pandemic. Hopefully it goes away at some point. These things, though, never go away, really. So it may just be a thing that we're going to have to fill out indefinitely. So a couple of things with, from a privacy perspective, the the Canadian government has refused to state whether or not they track you using this app. So personally, I install it on a phone that I can either bring with me or not and fill it out that way. I tend to bring the phone along when I want the Canadian government to know exactly where I was at all times. And right now, that's pretty much everywhere that I am in Canada, because it makes things a lot easier if they verify that what you told them at the border is true. But that is, obviously your call, and it's a privacy concern that some people would have. So border authorities do put you in the system as a local. And so if you are what's considered a habitual resident of Point Roberts and the Canadian government agrees that you are, then they will put you in as a habitual resident. And that means that you can use certain features of the ArriveCan app that are not available to people that don't live on the Point full time. And Nexus is your friend. So Nexus is a program that's jointly between the Canadian and the US government. And you can sign up for this, and what it does is it enables you to use an expedited border crossing lane in both the United States and Canada. So it's kind of like global entry. But if you have global entry, you can only use that lane with the US side, and you can go through that lane in both the US and the Canadian side if you have Nexus. So the thing with Nexus is it's pretty hard to get. For one, you have to be interviewed by both the US and Canadian governments, and right now, because of a dispute over whether or not US customs agents can carry guns inside of Canada, only the US-based Nexus enrollment centers are open because the US border guards can carry guns there. The Canadians aren't going to let them carry guns inside of Canadian airports. And so all of those locations are indefinitely closed, meaning that half the capacity to process interviews is effectively missing right now. On top of that, if you want Nexus, you can only interview and apply at an enrollment center near the Canadian border. So if you're going to do global entry, just anytime you're coming back from an international trip at any US entry point, you can do that interview. And you cannot do that for Nexus. Like, it has to be only in designated enrollment centers. And the appointments are backed up a year, so it's really a pain in the neck to get it. But if you have it, it really is your friend when you live on the Point because it saves a ton of time. If you leave a lot, and I leave some. I mean, I come here, but I spend most of my time on the Point. People wonder about border restrictions. I mean, when you're crossing, you can get searched. They can seize your stuff. There's like very expansive border search authority that both countries have when you cross the border. So what does that mean in practical terms in day-to-day life? Well, the borders are open 24/7, first of all. So if you need to cross a border, it's available and you can totally do that. You need to have a clean criminal history. No felonies as Canada defines them, and that's why no DUIs, because a DUI in the US isn't a felony, but it is in Canada, and Canada will not let you in if you committed what they consider to be a felony in Canada. So your criminal record, it's got to be pretty much completely clean, or before you consider moving up there, you should talk to the Canadian CBSA and make sure that according to their understanding, you're going to be cleared to go through Canada, because otherwise it's going to be really bad for you. And yeah, like once you live there, don't get a DUI, don't do bad stuff, because if you do, that's also going to make your life very complicated. You've got to have the right to live in the United States to live in Point Roberts. And so this is another thing that people ask a lot. Well, if I live in Vancouver, can't I just buy a house in Point Roberts and commute and live there and do the same house hack that you did? Well, no, because if you're Canadian and you're in the United States for more than 183 days a year, that's too many days, and you get kicked out for 6 months. So it's not something, unfortunately, that's available unless you're a dual citizen and you've got a U.S. passport too. And a lot of people on Point Roberts are dual citizens. 75% of residents have passports from both countries, and so they can commute to jobs in Canada and live on Point Roberts, and that's totally fine. But the same applies in reverse. So if you live on Point, if you want to live in Canada and you have only a US passport, the Canadians aren't going to let you do that either. They have the same 183-day restriction, and this can complicate cross-border relationships. So say that you fall in love with somebody who lives in a different country, and most of the people in the Vancouver area are north of the border. They're not on Point Roberts. Well, you're going to have to count your days of who's staying overnight at whose house, and you're not going to easily be able to combine your home without paperwork. So just keep that in mind. So more on border searches and restrictions. People just, really are very focused on this area, and I get it. I mean, it's kind of scary crossing borders. Most of us don't do it very often. It's like certainly not twice a day like many Point Roberts residents do, each direction. And so what are the rules? You can't have more than $800 pre-tax in goods that you're importing from Canada. So if I go up to Canadian Tire and I buy, for instance, a like a steel pergola for my back patio, which I did. It's what they do is they take the price in Canadian dollars, convert it to US, they subtract the tax, convert that amount to US dollars, and it needs to be under $800. If it's over $800, that's actually fine. You're allowed to bring stuff in from Canada. It's no problem. You just have to pay tax on it. And the tax rate isn't very high, and they only charge it on the difference. And usually they just don't want to do the paperwork. So just declare everything when you bring it across. If they ask if you bought something in Canada, just say what you did, and usually they'll wave you through. If it's only if you're buying really expensive stuff like a car or something like that in Canada that customs and paperwork gets involved. It's relatively easy to transport things through Canada from the mainland. So if you want to go over to the mainland and go to the Home Depot in Bellingham and bring stuff back through Canada, now technically you're supposed to do paperwork and pay tax on it when you bring it into Canada, and then claim the tax back at the Boundary Bay port of entry. And that's more paperwork, and you basically did a lot of paperwork, paid money, and it was refunded, and everyone wasted their time. So in practice, what the border guards will ask is, do you plan to stop in Canada, or are you driving straight through? And if you make an attestation that you're driving straight through, then they'll let you do that, usually with things you bought for your house or whatever. And one question they'll ask a lot is, do you have anything with you that you're planning to leave in Canada? Now, if you do have things with you that you plan to leave in Canada, if you've got gifts, for example, that you want to give to a friend that lives in Canada, depending on what the value of that is, there could be paperwork and duty charged, and the Canadian government is really sticklers about charging that duty. So they're going to make you pay and do all the paperwork. And so it's better if you're going to get a gift for somebody in Canada. Amazon delivers to a locker. Like Amazon Canada has lockers, and there is at the 7-Eleven just across the border, there's an Amazon locker. So you can just order something from Amazon Canada, pay the Canadian tax, have it delivered to an Amazon locker, and then you've got your gift for your Canadian friend, and you don't have to deal with any of that. And of course, it's only 15 minutes to the largest mall in British Columbia. So you've got plenty of shopping in Tsawwassen. There's really no reason to buy stuff in the U.S. and bring it to Canadians. So yes, you can be searched anytime for any reason. However, keep in mind that the Border Search Authority of Customs and Border Protection in the United States is really expansive. If you live within 100 miles of a border, they can show up and search you anytime they want to. So it's really no different at the border. And that authority is rarely exercised outside of a border crossing. It's also relatively rarely exercised at a border crossing if you're somebody who's a routine border crosser and they know what your travel patterns are, and especially if you've been pre-cleared as a trusted traveler. So, in practice, you don't get searched much. They totally can do it anytime they want to for any or no reason, and you need to be prepared for that. But also, if you don't have anything you're not supposed to have, then there's not any problem. They just wasted their time and yours, and you just have to plan that into your day that anytime you cross the border, it could be an extra hour while they decide to look through your stuff. Generally speaking, it's really rare, unless you really tick off a border guard or you happen to be bringing something that's a flagged item that they're required to dig deeper because of. And certain pesticides and those kinds of things can cause a deeper search. Those are like agricultural items. If you declare a prohibited agricultural item, they're probably going to want to look at all your fruits and vegetables and meats just to make sure they're all there. They're all okay. But generally speaking, you don't get searched a ton if you're not obviously up to anything shady and you're a regular border crosser. So some local amenities. Most of my shopping is up in Tsawwassen. Most of the stuff that I do is on the Canadian side. But we do have some local amenities as well. There's a full-service supermarket. We've got one grocery store. It's around the same size as a Safeway or Kroger. if you're from that part of the country. There's a Bitcoin ATM, which I think is kind of funny. There's 5 gas stations, 2 mini marts, fuel sold in liters, which is a little bit unusual. Costs are comparable at the gas stations to Seattle prices, so you're going to pay around the same as you would in Seattle. That's a little bit more than on the U.S. mainland in Washington, but it's also way easier to come into Point Roberts from the Vancouver area. So we sell a lot of gas, and it's 50 cents a gallon, maybe more than the Bellingham Costco. There's a full-service marina with a fuel truck and chandlery, and that actually gets a ton of boater traffic because boaters who are heading to Canada for fishing usually will stop off and they'll fill their big boat tanks with much less expensive gasoline than in Canada. There's a K through 3 school, and that's really fun. So it's a 1-classroom school with 1 teacher, and kindergartners through 3rd graders go to school on the Point. After 3rd grade, they get bused over to Blaine, which means that the kids are crossing 4 borders a day. They all have to have passports, and it's an extra hour of commute time. It makes it a little hard on the kids because unless their parents can go drive through 4 borders and pick them up, they can't do any after-school activities or anything, and they also have to get up really early to be able to make it. So if you have school-age kids or you're planning to have them, do consider whether or not that's something you want to do. Many of the tech people who live on Point Roberts, our salaries in the tech industry tend to be a little bit higher, and so than most of the locals there. And so it could be affordable to send your kids to private school in Tawasin. It's, way cheaper than international schools in most cases. So that can pencil out for a lot of people, and then it's just 10 minutes away instead of that hour commute, and after school activities become more practical. There's one bank with an ATM that dispenses USD. It's a bank called Umpqua. It's a local bank from Oregon, and we're grateful to have it. It's the only bank that's left. Banner Bank closed and left. If you fly your own plane, or if you want to, there's a grass airstrip. It's legally in the United States. There are no customs clearing facilities at Point Roberts Airport. You have to clear customs back into the U.S. in Bellingham. But if you want to fly back and forth between mainland Washington and Point Roberts, you can do that. And that gets interesting, right? Because it's not that far to Seattle. So you actually could commute by plane down there if you had to, work at Microsoft or something like that. Hardware store is called Nielsen's, and they offer a full line. Plus, they have U-Haul rentals. Keep bonking into this thing. Wish my clicker worked. Hey, it works. Okay. Laptop figured out how to make my clicker work. Great. So there's even more local services. We've got 3 restaurants and a food truck, Mexican food coming soon. Antonio Sula, one of the locals, was making Mexican food at the deli of the marketplace, but he's decided to branch out on his own and do a food truck, and his food is awesome. It's all completely legit. Their potty wagon comes and does portable toilets, and they pump your septic, and that's good because every home has septic, so you should get to know them. If you need your roof cleaned, your windows washed, any of that kind of thing, there's a Bellingham company that'll come over and provide services on the Point. There is one local guy, but he's battling some health problems right now, so for now, the Bellingham company is the one that can come and do it. There's a mechanic and a detail shop, and so anything you need done with your car, you can get done on the Point, which is great. Or they can at least patch it up enough that you can get up to Canadian Tire, which is 15 minutes away, and that's a full-service shop that can do anything. And then there's a newspaper even, which is kind of wild, but it's a monthly. It's like actually printed on dead trees. It's called the All Point Bulletin, and it's online as well, so feel free to take a look at it. Pat Grubb is the editor and writes most of the stories, and honestly, it's like pretty well done. They cover issues that are relevant to our area. It's like true local journalism, and you just don't see that very much anymore. So the phone and internet situation, when people talk to me, they say there's got to be a catch. Like, what's the deal here? Well, the deal is, like, if you look at Power 10 megabits. That's my internet's like I've got the next tier up. It's 15 megabits down and 2 up, and that's all I can get. So you have to get creative. You have to think like a hacker if you want to have faster internet. So would-be telephone is pretty bad, at least in terms of the service that they're offering. That's not just me saying that. The Washington State Department of Commerce ran a study of communities across the state of Washington, and Point Roberts rated the slowest. So would-be telephone is providing, as ranked by the Washington State Department of Commerce, the slowest internet service in the state. Thank you, would-be telephone. So some people use Starlink with varying results. It does drop out a bit, and we've got tall trees everywhere, and so that makes it pretty tough. Also, we're pretty far north, right on the 49th parallel, which means a lot of atmosphere to punch through. Makes it kind of tough for Zoom calls, but when it works, it does work really well and is fast, according to the people that have it. There's going to be fiber to the home, allegedly, from would-be telephones starting in 2025. They got very large grants from the USDA, of all things, millions of dollars of money, federal money. So far, they've dug some trenches, and they've got some spools of fiber around. There's nothing really going on right now because they have some issue getting their upstream connectivity from Bell Canada turned on, or so they claim. And Verizon has a tower with LTE on it, and that can go up to 20, 30 megabits sometimes. You can get a solid 15 at any given point. So maybe you do some Verizon and you mix it up with the DSL, or maybe you go for Starlink and that works for you. It just really depends what you're doing. I spend a lot of time on Zoom, and so I need something that's pretty reliable. The good news with Zoom is it's just really good at dealing with terrible connectivity. That's just one of the things that they do a great job at. And so for me, and the stuff and the kind of work that I do, which is mostly working in Google Apps and having Zoom calls, it works pretty well for ADSL. It just gets really annoying if you want to run more than one device, or if you're trying to stream 4K or something like that. Logistics. So people ask, like, what are the logistics? How do you even get stuff there? It's that's got to be really hard, clearing two borders. So in order to get anything large onto the point, you either need to bring it yourself, and you can totally do that, or you can hire Point Roberts Auto Freight to bring it in their bonded carrier. And so what's a bonded carrier? It means that they seal up the truck at the Canadian border, and the Canadian government agrees that whatever's in there, it's basically in the US, and it never entered Canada. And then it gets unsealed when the truck arrives in Point Roberts, and that is basically how stuff gets in. So things that would be prohibited agricultural items can come in that way. Things that are, that would be charged tax in Canada can come in that way. The service isn't cheap. It is available, and it's just part of the cost of doing business when you live on the point. Anything that you can order from UPS and FedEx will show up, just like if you were anywhere else in the United States, and USPS as well. So all of those are bonded carriers too. The thing is that UPS only deals with stuff up to 70 pounds. So if you want to order something bigger, it's going to end up delivered through Point Roberts Auto Freight usually. And then one thing that I think is kind of funny is because you can order anything online and have it delivered to Point Roberts, and it's being delivered to the US, but it's right next to Canada. A lot of Canadians do their online shopping on US sites where goods can be cheaper, or there's a wider variety of stuff, or things are available often in the US before they're available in Canada. And so there's this cottage industry of places where you can just have your package sent in Point Roberts, and for $2 or $3 they'll receive it for you, and you can come down and get it from Canada. So that's kind of cool. But there's challenges. The border does create a real barrier and a psychological barrier. There's you need bonded carriers for large items. Online shopping has a more limited selection. If you go to Amazon and you punch in a rural zip code anywhere in the rural US, I lived in the outskirts of Olympia before, and it was the same kind of thing, right? You don't get that like Amazon Prime Now stuff, stuff that can be delivered today or by Amazon trucks only. That's not going to be available. So if anything that Amazon can send you via UPS or FedEx or Walmart or any of your online retailers, that's the stuff that you're going to have the selection to do. This gets to be a really big problem with Walmart, because they default to using DoorDash to send you stuff like out of the grocery section, and then you get all the way to the end and you find out you can't do it. You'll get used to this once and knowing what kind of items you can get and not. Cannabis is effectively illegal, as I brought up, and availability of services can be a challenge, right? It's a really small community with 850 people who live there year-round, and that means that if there's an electrician who prefers large jobs, so your small electrical jobs are going to be on a waiting list, and it could be a while before they get done. There's one guy that does roofs, and his son, and they're really good, but they have a really long waiting list because they roof every house on the point. There's 2 landscaping companies, and they're just not taking new clients. And there's one plumber who's semi-retired and lives in Canada. He's a dual citizen. So what's the opportunity? It's unincorporated Whatcom County. What does that mean? And you know me. You know there's going to be something conspiratorial here, right? So unincorporated Whatcom County means that there's very few regulations. If you live in an unincorporated part of a county, there's no city police, there's no city regulations, there's just none of that. So the things that you may want to do on your land that are crazy ideas anywhere else, you can totally do on Point Roberts, possibly. Only around 850 people live there year-round. Most are retired, 2/3, 3/4, depending how you count, are dual citizens. They don't like change, but they know that a reboot's needed for the community to survive. So many people left during the 15 months that the border was closed that there's just something different than what they've done before is going to be needed. And the place literally exists because of a border hack. Their whole history has been geographic arbitrage. So if there's anywhere in the world that's hacker friendly, this place is. And so what's my pitch? If we want to turn a place into, I'm wearing a tour camp shirt, and Point Roberts is around 25 miles or 20 miles northwest of tour camp. And so if you've been to tour camp, you know that when hackers gather and get the opportunity to be creative together in one place, a lot of magic happens, because when you have enough of a concentration of hackers, the amount of creativity and awesomeness that happens is really very difficult to match anywhere else in the world. And we do the same thing at Hacker Summer Camp every year in Las Vegas, right? When all of us come together and make a lot of really cool stuff happen. And so I was thinking, why can't it be tour camp every day? Why can't it be DEF CON and BSides all the time? And one way that could happen is if you have a place that's safe, it's geographically distributed. There's the ability. It's geographically restricted. It's close to the amenities of a major city, so you can get to an airport in 25 minutes. You have access to all of the stuff of a world-class city like Vancouver can offer, but you get to live around a whole bunch of really smart, creative, awesome hackers. And so somebody had to be first, so I moved, but I don't need to be the only hacker who lives there. And I'd like to invite all of the people who are watching this on the stream or here in the room. If you want to check the place out, I've got a pretty big house. I didn't mean to buy something that big. There's just not a lot for sale there. Plenty of extra room. Hit me up. Happy to invite you to check it out and kick the tires. And with that, there's my contact information, tprofit@tprofit.org, or you can hit me on Twitter @tprofit. And by the way, like shameless plug, if you want to work from the beach with me, my employer is hiring senior security architects and engineers for full remote roles. So feel free to hit me up with any questions about those too. They are not a BSides sponsor, so it's just a shameless plug. And with that, I'll open up for questions if anybody has any. There is a hand raised, blue shirt. Yeah, sure. So the question was for people on the stream, hey, there's this small matter of the fact that your border was closed for 15 months so nobody could leave, like during the pandemic. Would you care to address that? Yes. So what happened is the Canadian government and the US government agreed to mutually shut the border, which is the first time in history that's happened, and it was closed for 15 months. And there was no exception for initially for border communities and border-dependent communities on both sides of the border. That created a lot of problems, and obviously the gears of government turned slowly in both Washington, D.C. and Ottawa, especially during a pandemic when nobody knows how to coordinate anything and they're all trying to figure out how to work remotely. After a couple of months, the Canadian government ended up coming out with an exception for essential services. So what they would do is they'd let you through to the mainland of Washington if you didn't stop in Canada at all for anything that they deemed essential. The problem was that, you know, if your horse has an eye infection and is losing an eye, as happened to one person's horse, or my neighbor's cat had a kidney problem and couldn't pee for 2 days and like was in excruciating pain and nearly died, it was up to the border guard that you got and whether or not they considered that to be essential or not. And some border guards had a more generous interpretation of that than others. So, you know, the horse lost its eye. I understand my neighbor threatened to abandon the cat at the border in Canada, at which point then it would be an animal welfare issue that they'd have to deal with, and that was the way that she was able to take it to the vet. But anyhow, it was really rough for a while, and then the Canadian government gradually loosened restrictions. And look, I get it. You know, they had a really big problem early with Americans claiming they were going to Alaska and then going and taking vacations in Alberta. And, you know, in some cases, people brought COVID with them and they'd had it really well under control. So I get why they were so conservative. Also, Canada has socialized healthcare. So they're thinking from a perspective of what do they need to do to maintain the public health and not have to spend crazy amounts of money. I mean, they can't just dump the problem on their population. They have to deal with it. So their government was way more conservative than ours. Whether or not that was the right decision, you know, that's for history to decide. It was pretty rough for a while. These days, you have to fill out a ArriveCAN, that's it. The border's open. Canada's open for business. We're welcome again. You know, Canadian people are not mad at us. Like, there's no vandalism of cars that was going on earlier because, you know, the Canadian public was just outraged when people were using the Alaska border hack, when people were saying that they were going to Alaska and really they went on vacation in Canada. That was just like completely outrageous to the Canadian public. And so there was some public anger and outrage that resulted from that. But things have blown over these days. Canadians are pretty good-natured overall. So it's water under the bridge at this point. And, you know, we're pretty close to back to business as usual, as much as we can be in a pandemic. Any other, yeah. So the question is, you live in the Pacific Northwest, also known as the Pacific Northwest, where it's famous for being cloudy all the time. And if I have seasonal affective disorder, am I going to get that if I move to your rainy corner of the world where it's very gloomy and rainy all the time? And the good news is probably not on Point Roberts specifically, because it's in a rain shadow. Point Roberts and Tawasin just happen to be in a spot where the clouds are mostly blocked by a mountain on Vancouver Island across the water, which is maybe 30 miles away. And so we get more sun than anywhere else in the Lower Mainland. It does rain still, just like it can pretty much anywhere outside of the Southwest, but it's not nearly as bad as you would think. The thing that you do need to keep in mind is if you need to get sunlight, our days are really short in the winter. So it can be, you know, sometimes 7 or 8 hours of daylight maybe. So the thing is, if you work remote and you can walk to the beach and take your meetings there, it's not all that cold. It does not get super cold in the Pacific Northwest because our climate is moderated by the water. And so I take a walk every day, even in the winter. It snowed once over the winter, but that's pretty rare. Any other questions? This Lefroy 25 is phenomenal, by the way. I've never had it, so I hope I don't have a new habit of a $550 a bottle scotch. Thank you, BSides, for this. Anything else? Yes, no, maybe? All right. So I don't see any other questions from the audience. But again, like, I'm totally serious. I think that it is time to build a hacker city. If it's not Point Roberts, it should be somewhere. But why not Point Roberts?